All right, we are live then as soon as that bar loads. The map is still here. I hope we all had a great break. All right, we are back then.
All right. So see if I can get my mind wrapped back around where we were. No, over on the right, the table.
Oh, yes.
You can slide that over. Yeah, right there. So 59, we're over by 1,600. We're over by 12,000. So we have Riverton that we don't have assigned yet. Correct.
I believe Riverton is 59. Bluffdale we have unassigned so far.
Oh, Bluffdale. Oh, that's right, Bluffdale.
Yeah.
And it has 17,000 people.
Mhm.
So.
So that's Bluffdale in the outline. Okay.
So we need to lose 1,600 from District 59.
Mhm.
We could either lose it into 60 or lose it into whatever new district we call the Bluffdale.
Right, and 60 has over.
12,000.
And 60 is in Harriman.
Apparently.
Okay, so question. Do we want to take 43,000 out of Harriman on the west?
Mhm.
And then let's see what we can do with Bluffdale, the rest of what's the rest that we have right there of
Riverton,
59
yeah.
Riverton.
And then we still have some leeway to take out of 50. So
Yeah,
that district
so
may
we
go
have
into Draper as
52,
well.
right, okay. So do we want to come over here though? And
Yeah, let's start by figuring out
if
where we
what our
can
first
cut
district would
12,000
be.
people.
Mhm. Yeah. So do we want to start?
Can be 12,000 here.
Well, we might have to cut it right here.
They're all high-rise apartment buildings. Little did we know.
So do we want to start with maybe coming along here and here just to see where that takes
Yeah,
us, or
Let's do that.
I don't know.
I'm thinking maybe we do the kind of
Mhm.
right along here for a first kind of grab at it. And if you wanted, you could assign those to 61.
Oh, yeah, why not? Let's grab some to start. And I guess I'll put Bluffdale on it too. Just have it. All right, and if we, after we finish these districts, we do want to go look at that community of interest in Salt Lake that we saw.
Oh, yeah.
Joey says it should work now.
Okay.
All right, that's kind of just a part at a time.
So, thinking maybe over here to Rose Canyon
Yeah,
Road and down.
exactly.
And then down this road right here.
Yes.
Mhm. See what that gives us in 60.
60 is down.
12,100.
Oh,
Okay.
So there were in fact 24,000.
wow, there are a lot of people there.
Okay.
So let's figure out how to get this area back
Mhm.
into 60.
What about coming down here?
Yeah,
Um,
and then maybe down here, I don't know.
Well, let's follow this maybe for a minute. Let's see how much that takes out. Maybe that's not
Oh,
enough.
so put this back in 60, sure. Okay, now let's grab this piece here.
Everything 300. We could, we take that.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, 5,000 right go.
Zoom out one click for me. Now, come over. I guess I want to see over here to the right. There are a lot of people living right. But just for kicks and giggles, let's do all of this.
Okay.
Surprisingly close, actually.
Okay, so zoom in right here if you would. So we need to lose 27. So it looks like we can come here.
Mhm.
This 0 up here, do you want? Probably got that one.
Yeah,
Maybe we even take that, if that is, it all depends on how those interact with each other.
yeah.
Should we look at some houses?
Let's look at
Yeah,
some
let's
houses.
look.
These are facing each other.
Mhm. Yes, that. Okay.
Yeah, this split that we do have.
Behind that
Yeah,
big
this-
split.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
does make sense. So where are we numbers wise?
60 still has 20.
Two. Okay. Did you want to zoom out? One more. What if we come along this road, Juniper Crest?
Mhm. Okay.
We were under before, right? Or were we over?
We were over.
Oh, we're still.
We're still
over.
over
six.
Okay, we're still over.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we need to take something else out of 60. So did we try, is that the one where these were facing
Yeah,
each
those
other?
were facing
Extend this
each other.
30 up here is even.
Okay, let's come down here.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh,
Seriously?
yeah.
I
So
mean,
it is all of this.
it is.
Well, that would
Right.
be exactly what we need, but
Yeah, but the problem is right
I
here.
know, look at that.
Why couldn't they split that up?
Okay, yeah, let's not break this up. It's huge.
I don't understand those kind of census blocks.
What else can we do up here? So we need 794. Is there anything right above?
Yeah, what if we came all the way to here?
This is like 800 or 900.
This is, and these are all facing each
Mhm.
We could go further that way if we dropped some of this lower part that we just took a minute ago.
We could try dropping what? Drop this right here. Drop that piece right there and capture some of this. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know if the numbers work out
other.
actually.
Will you zoom in right here? Again, those are, look like they're facing each
After you look at that, Rex, let's zoom out again, because I'm
Yeah.
wondering if
other.
we
Zoom
could,
out.
let's zoom out. So is there anything we could take, if we, I don't know, I'm just trying to think if we could take something out, this big piece out and add and up here. Like what if we felt like these went right here with that,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so.
Okay, we know we need to
59.
lose out of 60, right?
Well, we need to lose out of 59 too. We have 1,600.
Oh. Okay, yeah, let's undo.
So,
So what if we figure out where to lose our 1,600 here?
uh-huh,
That may then give us some more
exactly.
latitude here.
And we probably want to add them into 60.
Yes, I think so, to start with.
Yeah, could we just look really quickly at this pull out for a minute? Because I'm trying to think, so we have, could just review with me what we have. Because this
The river
right here
tank.
is river. We have 1,600 too many.
Yep.
So it's all together except for we need to take 60 out. 60 has 794 too many.
Yep.
And 61
Sure.
is short. So both of these need to go somewhere.
Yep.
We need to lose some. So, so again, I'm wondering if we want to, rather than just taking a little piece of Riverton off, if we
Uh-huh.
take maybe a bigger piece of Riverton off,
How big
put
of a,
that into 60.
how big of a piece is this? So right now 59 is 1,600 ohm. So if we took this, we're like 3,000, 2,000.
$6,000.
Hello.
Everything going okay in here?
Yeah.
And I saw your text.
So-
thank you.
So Rex, what I'm
Uh-huh.
wondering is, do we want to break it here at Bangor, put all of that into 60, and then we take 60 out to put into 61? Uh-huh.
And I fixed the transparency.
Sure,
So they
because
all-
it looks
Sure.
like, so this is clearly
Awesome. Thank you.
a population core.
Right.
Come up here, if you.
Do you guys need any drinks or snacks or anything? Are you good?
Well, I think we're okay.
Perfect. Sounds
So I
good.
think so much.
Let's try moving all of this over.
So at Bangor,
Yeah.
so what we're thinking about is to put all of this into 60.
Okay.
So from 59 and 60 at Bangerter West.
Well, that was pretty effective.
And then out of 60, we're going to put into 61. So now we have 14,000 too many. So
Zoom in right around here.
Is it all right if I throw the rest to the county line into
Mhm.
61 real quick?
Yeah.
I just don't want to, I don't want us to get to the right number and then find this little,
you know, I've forgotten this, because we talked about this yesterday.
So it crosses the
Came
counter
on,
line, yeah.
I've forgotten that. Oh, this is Draper.
Yeah.
Oh, we talked about.
Well, no, this is Bluffdale.
Or
Bluffdale
Oh, yeah, okay, so
has-
yeah, I have forgotten.
Yeah,
Um,
Bluffdale
So
goes,
Draper over here
yeah,
does the same thing.
Yeah.
I think the
On the other
Bluffdales are both zeros. though.
they're zeros,
Yeah.
but they cross.
Why don't I grab some of 60 already? Okay, so now,
This little piece right
So
here.
what's 59, Bo? Where are we with 59? How much should we take out?
So put that in 61.
or does that,
Oh,
I think
it
this
goes in the
blue
Oh,
is
it
the
goes in
county
the
line.
line. Yeah, that's a county line, you're right.
So where are the 61? Oh, was this all 61 too?
Yeah. So we're trying to get,
Or 59, I'm sorry.
yeah,
So we're 11,000 off now.
And for what it's worth, 50 is 11,000 over, and 60 and 61 are both 14,000 off. So we have almost to the person enough between 50, 59, 60, and 61 to get all four of them correct.
Okay, let's do it.
so let's figure out where we carve out of 60 first,
Okay.
or we lose the 14,000.
Okay. All right, so let's start with,
Could you ever draw straight lines?
No grid system out there. That's for sure.
Well, we could, to start with, we could come out this road here, capture all of this.
Rosecrest, is that Rosecrest?
Yep.
Uh,
Then you're saying come over here after that.
Yes.
This is going to the crash place.
Now, if you'll zoom in right here, I want to make sure. Okay, so,
Does L9 Drive, do these houses face inward?
I'm having a hard time deciding.
I'm guessing. no. Driveways are over right here. Yep, these are all backyards.
Shoot.
Yeah. So this line right here. These houses face each other, so they're not sharing backyards.
So the homes split a district if they're facing each other.
So
What
zoom
about
out.
this though, this Friendship Drive?
Which one is the more kind of prominent street out of all?
Did you look at Friendship Drive to see how that's split?
If the houses are facing each other. It looks like they are still facing each other.
Yeah.
But, let's see. So right here they are, but
Yeah.
here they're,
Yeah.
okay.
Zoom out. One more.
And what did we find out on this drive, this right here?
Well, see, I think these are facing each other too. So what I'm trying to figure out, is there a place where, okay, these houses, I think, are facing that way.
We go up to this.
So what if we come over here?
If we come up
Maybe
maybe here,
To
yeah,
Marabella,
Yeah,
yeah. Let's try that.
so 60 is at 7,000 over. So we need to get more.
Okay, let's see.
So, yeah, come out.
So what is 7,000 we need to lose?
Uh-huh.
What was inside here? Was that just way too big?
I don't think we've really touched over here yet.
Let's try that.
Yeah, I think we tried it before, but not since we've,
And should I
Change
just,
things
should I just
up.
go to
Let's
the,
go 12. Let's go to the end.
and then see the
Here.
city boundaries?
Yeah. And go up to 112 south, or is that what it is?
I think so, or 142nd. I can't tell.
Yeah.
But zoom in,
Yeah. We go to 0.
yeah, come up. If we want to pick up this one. Okay, so 60 is now at 4,000.
So that was only 3,000.
Okay.
Or
All right, so
3,500.
there was a road right above. What was that? Is it a river
Canyon Road. Well, this,
that we're following right
yeah,
here?
this is there's a stream or something.
We go
So let's
there.
at least, pick up this
Yeah.
stuff, yeah. You
Herman
get those 71
Springs.
people living in the park. Let's see. What's population?
Yeah, we still need 4,000.
Okay, this is still that,
There, 60, we have.
this is still that
3,000.
creek,
Oh, yeah, let's follow that.
So
one
what-
right here.
yeah.
It looks like it goes all the way to the Harriman city line even.
Yeah,
Let's start
but
with
let's
this. That
come
will be
to-
all we
yeah.
need. Yeah, good.
Here. Well, I wonder if underneath that stream, you're on the outside of the river boundaries.
Sixty,
Is it 76?
yeah. Okay, let's zoom out and see how 60 looks, but let's
Okay,
see
so
what we have on
following that-
60.
So Bangor west.
This is Harriman, so we have half of Harriman in there with
With,
a third maybe, or
Riverton,
plus
yeah.
Riverton.
yeah, little, pretty close to a quarter.
Okay,
And District 59 now needs 12,000.
so do we want to come in here? What's 61 needs people in here?
So 61 needs very few.
Right, do we want to come in to, so 59, the only place it can go is in here.
Yeah, so 61 is going to have to go into Draper.
Right.
So should we fix 59 now? And maybe start here?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And I think we'll probably have to go decently far into Bluffdale. Because Bluffdale's only 17,000 entirely.
11,000. Okay, well, let's try this right here then. Is that I-15? Or is
No,
we're still
I-15.
Bangor there? Camp Williams Drive?
Williams Road Drive
Okay,
something.
let's try that. Let's try putting that into 59. Correct? So you're okay with that?
Yep. $6,000 under.
So that's 5,000.
So what if we pick up
Mhm,
this piece all along here?
mhm.
Just like this.
Yep. Just like that. Exactly like that, actually.
Okay, so 3,000 under.
So zoom out.
So what if we
So how many people were there in
Riverton?
not Riverton, Bluffdale?
Lupton's got 17,000. And so far we've grabbed about 8,000.
Is this the popular, popular population is right here?
That's my
or-
guess.
So let's try capturing the rest of this then. Although I don't think this is.
Yeah, so what are these?
Right.
But those,
Each one of these individually breaks up like a
those
neighborhood
were
block.
very different.
So this is
Should we try taking that side of the railroad? Is that? Putting that into 59?
sure. Maybe down here to Iron Horse Boulevard.
Yeah,
And-
All right,
Really neighborhoods that get divided there, hopefully.
Ooh,
Oh, it's this one.
Let's see what happens, what our number is like that.
we're still 2,000
So
under.
let's take,
So,
let's
yeah, come down, because I want to see what our
go down to the.
contiguity issue ends up being.
You make 59 different colors too, maybe when we get there.
green.
Oh, thanks. Yes.
I'm thinking that instead of this piece, because this is cutting off this from this,
Oh,
that maybe we ought to be taking out of
oh,
here.
okay, yeah.
I was going to suggest maybe looking at that.
Okay.
So zoom in.
There's something here. That he's trying now.
Now looks like it wraps around here even maybe. And then- Yeah, and then turn it to the Draper irrigation canal. So this whole little hang in looks like it's kind of surrounded by the two.
So the East Jordan Canal comes here, and then you're thinking it comes all the way down here.
Right, joins with the Draper.
So let's see what happens if we try and take everything between the railroad tracks.
Oh, really?
Oh. That is one block.
That's something.
Mhm.
Well, how many people are in here?
Seems like a great time to find out. $3,000 too many. Is the short answer.
Come back over here. Can we find 3,000 over here?
I suspect we could. Do you want me to even see like what west of 2200 is?
Sure.
$4,000. That's how many are in that?
I like that line. You know,
Yeah.
could we take it out over here? Is it 50 that's over here again? Remind me, but. Yeah, 50.
So,
So where are
so
we? with-
61 is 11,000 short. So what if we dropped this piece out of 59? 61 is going to have to come over into here.
Unless we dropped this 340.
Well, yeah, but that 340, remember, it wraps all the way up here
Yeah, but
and all the way around.
But can we
kind of-
pick something up from here? Or did we try that already?
So 59 is now 1,400 under.
Were there more people here? Did we already try that? Try this and take
Just
this
this
out?
small rectangle.
Yeah. Well, we were under, so maybe that's just not enough. But we could just try it to see.
Goes in the wrong direction.
$59 now. 1,000 short.
So what if we
So, you know, what do we have
take
here?
that and then we could take off stuff underneath?
Go to the Bluffdale line.
Yeah. I would say probably. $59 now. 266.
You know, what if we took off this, if it's really 340, but maybe it's not, but
It makes the shape interesting, but I don't think it splits up neighborhoods per se.
Zoom in if you would. Well, it splits this piece of the neighborhood. There's not any other way to get here, it looks like, except through here.
It's like there might not be houses yet. There's roads.
mhm.
Let's see, that's in
Okay,
Bluffdale.
could you zoom out one more time, Bo? Let's look at this real quickly. Okay, so what if we took this piece off right here?
We'll be pretty substantially under for population.
But couldn't we add it here?
It's, I think we That's what we had it like that before.
Uh-huh.
And we just don't have quite enough population. The population is so densely packed here that this part doesn't quite equal.
And this is Harriman
I believe so.
Okay, so,
or 60. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Look, can we trade those greens maybe? Sorry, I didn't realize 60 was green.
Oh, no worries.
I'm sorry.
60 will be blue.
yeah, so this area here, all of that is what they call Independence at the Point. And right here, they put in a middle school,
Hmm.
Oh, already.
and here they have put in houses.
Since,
Since whenever this satellite
Right.
was to this
Wow.
satellite.
Wow. That's a lot. Okay, so zoom out just a little bit again, Bo.
so I'm gonna put that block back in
And
59.
Karen's Frosting Fantasies are right here.
Well.
You may not have known that that's where your Frosting Fantasies are
I
hanging out,
did
but
not know that. That
All
must
in
be
one
very
location. So we probably want this 340 back with this chunk whenever district it goes into that.
It just. Thinking how that piece come out. I mean, is there any way that we could? So we tried grabbing that 413 and taking this out. We tried all that.
I think so.
Could we try taking that out and just see and I mean,
Yeah,
maybe,
to see again.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, not at all.
So the green is now 59, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I think it may be,
So I think we went the wrong way.
we might be best off if we try putting all of Bluffdale and 59 and then kind of figuring out what over here we could take off. Or sorry, you were saying Commissioner Hill to go the other way?
Yeah.
Okay, so not like this.
So taking everything off here.
Into
so,
61 again.
and see where we are again with 59. And if we tried that again, or even just taking,
So just taking it off, 59 needs 6,000.
okay, and then we tried these already.
I thought we had.
So let's leave that off. Let's start with,
And what's this over here population wise?
I think this is a really dense part of Harriman once we get into all this.
Oh,
so where are we with 59
But
now?
you know, what we could grab is we could grab this piece here. It's fairly densely populated here. So 59 needs 3,000. So let's try this.
I'm just gonna throw on Harriman, so I,
And that's the Mountain View corridor.
Mhm.
That's a good
Yeah.
divider.
Yeah, that is-
should I take the zeros or go to the zeros?
Let's go to the zeros.
Too many.
Wow.
Okay, what if we went to this?
Yeah, drop that part there. $1,500.
Let's take that off again. So take that off. Did we
This
try that?
this
Is
is
that-
one ginormous block. I think. Yeah, go ahead and click on it.
Yeah, but it does This is kind of a boundary here.
So where were we without this? Sorry.
Before we took anything from Harriman.
Yeah, so if we took this off. Remind me, is it 3,000 under, were we, or 1,500 under?
Let me double check.
Oh, 3,000.
3,000, yeah, okay. So where were you suggesting, Bob?
Because we go over with this. But if we take underneath this Adam Crest Boulevard, I'm not sure what way the houses
Mhm.
face. Oh, Imagery has houses.
Those are not facing each other.
No.
So we might be able to use that road as a dividing line.
Yeah,
All right, I'll try if nothing but to get the numbers.
okay, 1,500 under.
Too many.
Oh,
1,500 over, 1,500 under. So there's 3,000 in that rectangle.
But what about on this side of the rectangle?
So if we go up, well, that's where we end up with this problem with this giant block.
Well, yeah, but that giant block goes there. So if we come here. And all the way to, yeah.
That would almost work if we can find a way to connect
so yeah. those
this
pieces
little
there.
apartment complex to,
So if we can pick up that island,
yeah. If we can take this road as an independent block,
What was this like here?
this one's, oh, I guess we haven't tried,
oh, whoops, we can't leave that.
Right.
island.
Yeah, no, let me-
Sorry, my bad.
So, yeah.
but if we, so Commissioner Hale, you're saying, what if we went south of there, like to this
Uh-huh,
section?
yeah. From Rio's,
So if we were to take just that part,
still in 1,600.
Okay, no, go south. Zoom out. Now, what if we took this piece here?
This is where some, we only come into, what's this right here? This is
Harriman.
Harriman. So we've only come into Harriman that much, though.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
And it's on one side of the corridor.
Three corridor.
Is that weird to only have that sliver of Harriman?
Well, yes and no.
I think it's large enough that the city wouldn't be too angry about the precinct they'd have to make. This is where we run into another one of those
So,
Mhm.
blocks that go all the way. Let me take it on, we'll see if there's any possibilities.
over. So,
So if we take this block and this block and this 0,
That's,
what do these look like?
at the moment, there was nobody on. Tell what street that is.
and what was in this big block? How many?
Iron Horse Boulevard.
How many were in that big block right here?
Not a lot, I don't think.
We could add that one back then, maybe. Oh, but
We're
it's
part-
down here.
Yeah, because the concern is it kind of cuts it off. So population wise, were phenomenal.
Yes.
And I
Oh,
think
yeah?
these neighborhoods are road contiguous at least. And we're almost following this line on the railroad if it weren't for that long skinny block.
So,
That is just the weirdest block. Look at this.
It's like Iron Horse,
isn't it?
Iron Horse Boulevard and Rock Hollow Drive.
can you zoom out just a touch?
For sure.
Well, which one was Iron Horse again?
Iron Horse is this one that actually divides the districts.
And then this piece of land, take out this right here.
It's all over the place there.
Not sure. But okay, that's what I did. Yeah, because it doesn't look like there's any houses on.
Do we need that little piece in there? Well, maybe we already talked about that up here. This little piece. Does that go in?
So this little,
District or in a
this,
boundary? That's zero?
the zero,
Oh,
The zero is its own block.
it's a field.
Let's put in 61 then, unless it goes with.
I mean, at some point, I imagine it will go.
Okay, so it looks like we're
yeah.
showing this up right here.
So-
See, to be on the
Yeah,
outline.
So that's where the
Yeah.
256 in that big block comes into
Uh-huh.
play, right there.
And what are our numbers right now?
They're great.
Oh. But if we added in the 256, that puts us at 259.
And it blocks off this little path to 50 without crossing the county. Well, I mean, pretty close to block stop. Yeah, if we went and grabbed those people. What a weird block.
Inside.
To play devil's advocate, there may be, if it doesn't, if it's split the neighborhood across the county boundary, there's some weight to be had between the two.
So show me the numbers again, please. District 50.
60 was off of 12.5. So we'll probably have to cross the county regardless.
Well, Bluffdale has already crossed the county, or not Bluffdale, Draper.
Yeah,
And
it's so weird.
Yes, I'd rather
Well,
have
as
that
has
be the only
Bluffdale.
place, but. I mean, it all depends on what we hear from the counties.
Yeah.
In situations like that, because I would almost put that into 11.
yeah,
Because are those zero blocks?
Yes.
Just so that we're not crossing the county line there.
yeah.
Almost put those into 11, and the only place we're gonna cross is in Draper,
I
since
think
they
I-
already crossed
I think let's
anyway.
put those in 11. Anyway, just because they're all part of Camp Williams and
Yeah.
that other block is part of Camp Williams as well. it's 36 over.
And that wasn't any new people or anything.
No, it's, I was just trying to see if, you know, whatever is the base, we gotta try and get all of that if we can. And I feel like this is also part of the base, it looks like.
And even it crosses the county into Bluffdale. Looks like.
Oh. Then we want to hear from our friends, the county clerks.
So for now, leave the county intact.
Yeah, I think for now, let's just leave it like this.
Right.
So if you could go north, let's see what shape 59's in. So 59, we're at 3, right? Okay,
Mhm.
and we have all of,
So show us Bluffdale. So we have a little sliver of Harriman. Most of,
Pretty
so
solid
about half of
half of
Bluffdale,
Bluffdale.
and this is
Most of Riverton.
Riverton.
So it's something like 3/4 Riverton, 1/4 Bluffdale right here.
so if you put Bluffdale on again, I'm sorry. And what's the population of Bluffdale?
17,000.
So we put that in here, but we thought it was better to do that for the county line, so
Yeah, it's Kansas.
technically it's split twice.
Yeah,
Or in 2 different.
so yeah, we could, it can go either way, whatever way makes the most sense. Because those are zeros there in Camp Williams. So we could put this 0 and these zeros back over here if it makes more sense.
So again, I'm just asking because maybe we've already done all this. I'm sorry that I can't keep it. But to have this piece over here with, so which highway is this? This is
Yes,
Mountain.
Mountain View,
Mountain View Corridor. This is just such a good divider.
yeah.
So there's no way we can put that back in and pull this stuff out. Do we pull all the way up?
I don't think we pulled all the way out. We would have to lose, I think, most of our Bluffdale, certainly. But I don't know
So-
if we tried
Yeah, tell us what that population is again there.
this little section.
Yeah, I want to say it's like 3,000.
All right, 62 is our go-to.
That's
Oh,
just
we
such a
save
good
it real quick.
divider, right?
Oh, yeah. Excellent call.
This was the rest of Riverton, is that what you said?
Yes.
So that
This is
section
just-
is 5,000.
5,000. Okay, so we can't find 5,000 over here.
I'm sure we could.
'Cause it just seems like this right here, this divider
Yeah.
is so good. And as long as we're keeping, and we also have a piece here into Harriman.
Yeah, I'd rather see that what's currently in 62 and 59.
I would too. And let's see what we can break out over here. So did you say it was 3,000?
5,000.
5,000, 5,200. That's 5,000 over.
Okay. So what if we took out all of this now?
Do you want me to go to the city line even?
Yeah,
Up, yeah, above, yeah.
would be the Livingston piece.
Close.
So, that piece there above Vader,
We're 700 over.
Yeah, 793. What was that piece like here? Is that one where we tried before?
I don't know. If we go to this street, I think it's going to be pretty close to 700.
Let's try that. Okay.
Or not,
wait, oh,
Not
59, 102,
Yeah,
that's
that's
good.
not bad.
not quite as good as that
Yeah,
surprise at
but
76.
look at those lines. I think that looks
That's a
a
better
lot
line,
better.
And it's a lot easier to get 61 into Draper.
See, and then you have just these clear definitive themes instead of going
Yep.
into,
I like it.
I do too.
And we kind of
Okay.
keep these two halves of the new like apartment complexes.
Yes, okay, I'm feeling much better about that. Okay, now 61 needs to go into 50 to pick up some.
Yes, so 50 has
So what
11,000.
color is 48 and for 58?
58 is,
Let's fix these colors. So we can tell the colors. Perfect.
And I'm gonna change 48
Yeah,
too.
let's do 48 too. Okay. So this is all 50 up here then, huh?
yeah. And I believe that's just, right now, I believe 50 is more or less just the Draper city boundaries minus a bit.
So how many do we need? in 61 now? 12,000? Are we over? Are we 50?
11,000. So we don't have quite enough even.
Okay, so what happens if, let's add that into 61 and see where we are. This is all Draper, right?
Yeah. And it's where some of those apartment buildings are.
50's lots.
Yeah, that's a single block of 3,000 at the very least.
Ah, that's too frosted.
Okay, 6,000.
Wow, that was a lot more people than I would have guessed. But yeah, we've got a single block with 3,000 people. Oh, is that the prison? Okay.
Okay, so we need how many more to pick up? 3,000?
So 6,500 pick up and maybe more pressing, still 5,300 to drop from 50.
Okay, so what can we, is there a way that we can somehow get this up here?
And zoom in right around here.
Seems like this 138 obviously is a good spot.
Yeah. Over the 13th.
Let's turn that up now. And we've got to get on top, all that stuff on top.
Yeah.
So that's way too many.
Way over. Okay, what if we drop this though on Court Street? Is that Court?
I think so.
Court, yeah.
So just kind of follow 4th Street.
Uh-huh.
Put all that.
Because we
back
still
in
need to make
50.
sure we pick up that stuff above though. 'Cause that's locked in there. Yeah.
Still too many.
Okay. 7th East.
So 61 is 2,000 over.
And 50 is 3,400 under now.
Okay, so I think we need to come back up here. We need to grab this stuff up here. So we need to capture this,
Yeah, let's grab all
and
of
then we'll
that.
see what we can cut down at the bottom down here. So maybe go along Draper until we come under here, maybe, Draper Parkway.
Right, so taking this part of Draper into 61.
Put this into
Yeah.
61. And above Draper Highway, Deer Parkway.
And this little part just out of Draper is actually in 50. This,
Oh,
Oh.
that's in 52. Oh, we gotta take that.
Yeah,
one.
let's grab that as well.
but I actually,
I'm glad you noticed that.
I'm not sure what
What is that?
city.
Sandy.
Sell a piece of sand. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, put all of that in 61.
so 61 is kind of the Salt Lake buckle. It's whatever in Salt Lake didn't quite fit. All right, so now
And
50,
then let's come down here and see what we can take away.
Okay, 61 now has 16,000 too many.
50, 17,000.
Okay, so it's 16,000 over, so let's see what we can take out starting here. Or do you want to start at 123
Well,
to see what that?
We
We
can't,
lose our
Yeah.
ridiculousness.
yeah. So let's do
Oh, yeah.
this
right
below
there.
123rd and here
Nine-
at 30s.
what is that?
I think it's, well, I'm not sure.
And then-
Yeah, not quite enough.
Okay, what if we pulled that out and we kept everything above this line? So we put,
Oh, these are contiguity.
no, I don't
Oh,
think we would.
you're taking us to that mark. Okay.
And then we come over here and pick this up. That's just right above this road.
So
Still pretty far.
how much is that
That portion of
Sandy
Sandy.
piece? Yeah. So
Five-
61 is
5,000
now-
or so.
61 is now 900 over. What's
You take out that wetland.
Yeah, what's
piece?
this?
Yeah,
piece right here?
So this rectangular portion.
Yep.
$553 under.
What was it before we took that?
Let me find out. There's 1,500 people there. If we were to follow
Is
this
there something
diagonal
over
road,
here?
Oh, this is the tracks line.
And how many people do we need?
500 back into 61 ideally.
What's that there? That Johnson?
No,
Look at that. I don't know. Let's take that back out then, because I think that's lines for months.
This piece
Mhm.
Inside
here,
there, yeah,
into 61.
that's not quite enough. I think it looks good.
The tracks is a good dividing line.
Yeah, definitely.
But what if we do this piece down to 124 south?
Do we want these over here too then, probably?
Uh,
A whole lot.
What if you took, how many are we
You
short?
can do me a favor
223?
and just zoom in here. Down. Look at any houses in the Draper Cemetery. All right.
Okay, how about, I do have a question.
Mhm.
So go back over there. So these were relatively few.
So
What if we
we're,
went to 126 and took that piece? This, I know it's 227, we're 223 under.
so this
Uh-huh,
and this
then
19.
this. It's really 19.
141 over.
How about that? What is this doing right here?
Splitting.
126 south though, isn't that a pretty good divider?
Um, it looks like-
Near,
What east is that? 6 east?
yeah, 60s. It looks like these houses do face each other.
They do? Oh, then what's that?
Yeah, that's over here, Fox Farm.
So these are part of Fox Farm as well, these Cloverwood.
Well,
and-
I don't know, but just the directionality of the houses. Yeah, they're all facing the street
Yeah,
towards each other.
well, that may be hard to break that up. then.
So I'm gonna take this little,
Yeah, because this 124 is the one that is the good divider, would you say?
Yeah. Yeah,
and that puts what 61 at 184, which is not your largest deviation.
No. What do you think about that, Rex?
I'm okay with
Okay, but,
that. That is the
ugh.
spurious connection.
Okay, could you zoom out again? Let's look and see what municipalities we have going here.
So we have Draper,
Okay, so
Bluffdale.
here's Sandy. So we have this little piece of Sandy,
It's back in
Oh,
50.
that's in 50.
but that's weird.
Yeah,
Look,
but that piece of sandy has to come out.
well, it has to go there. What are the southern boundaries of this down here? Is that Bluffdale? What is that?
So,
Oh, right there, that's in Draper.
right, so Draper's part of it.
It seems to me, I know we've tried this stuff before, but it seems to me that this should go with this up here. And whatever we have to start cutting out down here, although we're messing with boundaries here, but this just seems weird.
So you're suggesting maybe just taking more of the southern portion of Draper
Yes,
into 61.
yeah, I think we do put that top piece.
Back
It's like a
into,
goose head,
back into 50 over here.
yes.
Or back in, I'm thinking 61, but well, maybe not, okay.
Oh, I mean, I will certainly do the 61 direction as well.
Okay, so this is 61,
Yep.
peak right here. Okay,
So-
and what are
so
our
we-
numbers in 61?
So if we take that part out, we are 6,500 short.
Yeah. Can we find 6,500 down
Yeah,
around here?
let's try that. Right here in this area, right here.
Yeah, right, yeah, mine's there where it says 0.
Do we want to follow Highland Drive?
Yeah, let's try that.
I don't know my Draper very well. I don't know what's
Highland's
an
good.
important road.
Yeah.
And how far should I go, do you think?
Let's go up to the, here, or are we broken off? Or breaking 50 up? All right,
I guess I also wanted to ask,
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure where you're drawing. Yeah,
but here's county lines here. Is
Yeah.
this, but this is Draper, so we can't,
that's all great.
yeah, so, and this is part of 50 up here, so we can't. We might have to stay above Highland Drive. Or something, I don't know. Let's see,
Zoom out a little, please.
I'm just figuring where we are here. Okay, so,
So we could take this piece here
into the count.
into 61,
Okay,
So following,
138,
138, maybe over to Highland. So let's start the Highland triangle here. Sure, that's not enough.
darn it.
And it looks like maybe this. Can you zoom in right here?
this is water.
Travis Bridge, we take that whole piece there.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but what numbers are we, where are we now? 3,000 under, so do you think we could?
So let's,
Capture
yeah,
3,000.
Traverse Bridge, let's try that.
That's under. Okay, let's zoom out, see where,
What if we were to try and capture
above,
this? Yeah, going above Traverse. Focus at 0.
Never.
1100 over.
Whoa,
Joey. Ooh.
right, Joey?
Right here to take the monitor.
Yeah. that's
Oh,
fine.
330, that's right.
Oh, they're gonna be over there, but we also have cranes just coming in.
Okay, zoom out. Oh, these things.
What's that again, Bill?
4:15. So I'm going to text you in just a minute here, actually.
Sounds good. Sorry, I don't need to go over for me.
Excellent. Thank
But
you.
is there a little piece we can?
Well,
take
so
in?
61 we have over now, actually.
Oh, so we need to take the
Oh, we
little
need to
piece
take
out.
some out, okay.
We may be able to take that
What was
Highland
that
triangle. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it was not too far off of that.
So was it above Highland?
Yeah. Triangle, we took about high.
So right here.
Okay, it's a lot from 61. Actually, too many.
Okay, how about putting this piece right back in here?
Yeah.
Okay, 516 under. Okay, let's put full. So go out. just a
Let's,
little-
let's grab that 119. Great. There.
Oh,
Oh, that's a good spot. Yeah, yeah.
I think we still need some more, but
That was a good place though. Let's see if there's anything up here.
so what's this right here? Is that a canal?
Yeah,
So let's take this little piece here.
five.
Okay.
Some
let's see
metal
if
for us?
that- So we're looking at 61 is a very weird district.
Yes.
Okay, so again, we have Bluffdale.
No, River.
Or Riverton.
Thank you. I could not remember for the life of me.
Riverton.
Yep.
Okay, so there's Riverton.
Mhm.
Divided in two.
We had South
We
Jordan.
have two.
Okay, Bluffdale.
Oh, not South Jordan.
South Georgia's divided into
Okay,
Harriman.
Bluffdale's divided into two.
Bluffdale. Well, 2 plus
Oh,
the
well,
0 blocks. yeah.
Camp Williams.
Harriman's divided into 3.
Using. not using-
well, what's Herman's population?
55.
Yeah.
55, 140.
So it had to be two.
Yeah, I'm not excited about it, but if we're gonna divide it, dividing along the Mountain View corridor makes sense.
I do too. Okay, so 61 is weird.
But some districts have to be weird.
I know, I just wish, and I know that we've tried to figure that out. I wish we could just put this into 61 and take this
Yeah.
into 59. And we've tried it, have we tried every which way?
Well,
Again, I'm just
We've
asking.
tried several ways.
Because that just is really weird.
Yeah, we tried a whole bunch of different ways, because remember over here is, we've got this really weird block and they're just, so go ahead and zoom in here.
Yeah, we have that 256 that goes all the way to the county boundary right here.
So even if we, and I'm sorry, that if you, again, trying this and seeing what else we can cut out, we just, already tried all of
So
that.
just real quick, yeah, well, if you would,
Mhm.
tell us what the population of this one here.
I believe it was just around
I want to say it was
6,000. Yeah.
Try just that piece right there. Well,
I'm sorry. And I crossed it anyways. No, I didn't. Okay, so the whole chunk is 7,000.
Well, of just the Harriman piece.
Yeah.
Is 7,000. Okay, and then what's this piece up here?
With the Harriman part as well.
With the Bluffdale Park.
So both parts. Then.
Yes.
Okay.
well, these actually are going to be portions.
Eleven and a half.
12,000. Okay, go ahead and revert it back.
so I'm curious to know that just this, so what was this part right here? This part is all together, right?
Yes.
So this is one big
That
block.
would-
Is that correct?
Well, no, but it is.
Okay.
The 473 is one big block. It goes
Okay,
From up
so-
there down to
And
here.
did we see what is here? Because and maybe we've already tried this, and I'm sorry that I'm just being crazy, but what is the population of this right here?
The-
And can we exchange
there.
that for this? Maybe we already tried that.
That corner is
46.
46. Okay, now let's, okay, just leave that there for a second. Let's see what this.
there you go.
$3,300. So there might be some room for,
So what I'm wondering is, could we, so zoom out again, is could we put this into, now I can't remember our colors.
So you have a look at this piece here. Or was it just on this side of?
I believe it was this whole piece, so
It was that
south
whole
of this
piece.
141.
But I'm just seeing if we can just kind of level out this piece so that we're not all coming up all around.
We might be able to, I think would say the main difference, the issue is when we level this off, and we were to take this, it would be 1,000 short. And as soon as we start to get into here to find that 1,000, one or two of these blocks go almost all the way to the county border. But we might be able to do it.
Let's give it a try.
And we decided it made more sense for Sandy to be with Draper, this
Yes.
sandy piece up here.
Yeah.
To be with Draper.
All right, I just want a line.
It's just that one piece there.
All right, so now 59 still needs 1,500.
61. It's 1,300 over.
Yeah.
So what if we took this piece here?
Just north of this 150
Yeah.
something or another.
So we took 800 too many.
What if we tried taking that piece out? Maybe it's still in good shape.
Numbers wise, that would put us to something livable maybe.
246, what did we figure was right in here? Okay, now let's,
71.
okay, let's step back and see how that looks in comparison to how it looked before. Still a little odd, but it brings it back. We were doing the popper thing
Oh,
or whatever.
Yeah.
That feels a little bit better. Now, of course, 61 is still a bit off, but this piece right here.
Yep.
What if we took
Go
that
ahead and
out
save it
and
while you're
change
thinking
that?
about it.
Yeah. This was huge, right?
Yeah,
recall.
this itself is, I think, 3,700.
And what's this piece right here? It's gonna be way
More like
lower.
1,200, I think.
Okay. So if we did this piece, let's see, I'm just trying to think.
So if we put this into 61. We would need another 5,000.
5,000.
And that's when we have to get far enough into Bluffton to
Uh-huh.
start getting these blocks.
Okay, all
And
right.
they go to the line.
Okay.
Do we want to try it one more time or should I undo that last change?
And there are not, I just want to make sure there are not 5,000 people here, correct?
I believe there were not, but let's double check. All right.
I like the way that these follow the
Yeah.
boundaries.
Yeah, very
So
much.
3,000 under.
Yeah.
And we had how many, 5,000 in here?
Mhm.
Yeah. So go ahead and undo that. Show me the numbers again, please.
So that's with taking this part out, we end up right here around 5,300. That could move.
And we adding this takes us at 162
Yeah.
or something like that, okay. Oh, I really do like if we could follow that boundary. What?
Zoom out a couple, please.
Or too far.
No, that's actually,
So I'm sorry, we're still, so 59,
We're short and 61 we're
And-
over.
what was up here? Was there anything up there or just nothing?
I think a pretty decent chunk of Draper.
correct.
Are we already into Draper at all?
I do believe 59 is not.
Okay.
Yeah, 59 is not quite into Draper yet.
But right now, is this Draper? So we're
Yes.
already, we have 1, 2, 3 right there.
Uh,
Ugh. And 50 or 1,300, so I would think, so 61, we're still, I mean, it seems to me that it would make sense to fill Draper in there, to put 50 in there. Maybe go back to where we were, 59.
I'd say let's go back.
So we do it like this. Our 59 and our 61 are both within range.
So,
And I
So
like
is-
following the boundary as well. But I think if we follow this boundary, we get really wonky over here.
and so Draper, we know goes under, so 50, where are we with 50?
50, we need a little more.
We still need to pick something up.
And we've already crossed, it's the only district crossing to Utah County, so it probably would need to pick up in Utah County.
So Draper has 3 districts right now.
Yes, that's correct.
And what's right here?
That's River or Bluffdale.
Bluffdale.
Okay, so where are we with Bluffdale now?
So Bluffdale is in just 2 districts. It's in
Okay.
59, 61.
Okay. So the only thing now is finding a home for 1,300 into 50.
And again,
And it has to be
probably
in,
we'll have to
Utah
come from
County.
Utah County. But that's the one advantage of Draper crossing over is it makes the one district that crosses over county boundaries almost make sense.
Okay, go ahead and zoom right in here.
Do we want to lock 59, 61 as is then?
So 59 and 61, 108 under 71 over. I think so.
let's do it.
And we're only looking for 1,300.
Okay, so what do we have that abuts right there? Is that the Alpine down below?
So this is Lehigh.
Lehigh. So Lehigh, what's Lehigh's population?
Lehigh's got 75,000.
So it'll need two. Could we take a piece of that to fit in or?
Well, if we take a piece of it, that'll put Lehigh likely in 3. Where if we took a piece of Alpine,
Which has a population.
10,000. Alpine's more likely to just end up in 2 is what you're suggesting.
yes, that's what that's where I was trying to go before my brain froze.
Okay, well, should we take part of the Alpine then to go to finish 50?
Okay.
I mean, I don't know where else. It's either Alpine or Lehigh, right?
Is Highland in there?
I
maybe?
think, is this
Or is that-
Highland kind of sneaking up into there? Yeah,
Yeah, we can take it out of Highland, which has almost 20,000. So what is this little snaky part of
Is that Highland?
Highland?
Maybe close.
So maybe, because this is a kind of dividing line, maybe up here,
so find that Ranch Drive.
yep,
And I'm gonna take this unincorporated 0. About 1,000 or 800.
it looks to me like these houses are facing there.
That would get us there. Do we want to double check these houses?
Sure.
Yeah.
Come down. Those houses are facing in. I think that's probably,
Yeah, so this is like an entrance to sort of a contained neighborhood.
What's over here? What's going on over here?
This 27.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what is, are these neighborhoods right here? Can't tell what that is.
I think that's
Is it just
just a couple of,
bushes right there?
yeah, a couple of houses and some bushes
Okay.
hiding.
Do we want to
Some
take them
houses
into,
hiding in the bushes.
do we want to take them into 50?
I like the straight line.
I think I do too.
That puts 50 at 89.
Okay, so let's look at 50. So if you were describing 50,
So
You'd
it's all
say-
of Bluffdale,
Or
or all of Draper,
most of
Well,
Draper.
most of Draper. So it's the vast majority of Draper, a touch of Sandy, and a touch of Hyde. Maybe a smidgen.
Smaller than a touch of sandy.
Yeah.
okay. All right, so let's maybe lock it for now, and then let's take all of Alpine and go
And all
into
of Highland,
Highland.
put that in 62.
All right, so all the rest of Highland is 62. And then Alpine as well.
Yep.
Let's go bright color for this as well.
Let's make it like a blue.
Yes, that's lovely.
People that don't want to live in Highland.
Let's pick up those areas. Right on the outside.
And is this the district that you,
Yeah, I think. Here.
4? I'm running on the block level, which I want to, we can see.
Should we take that, put that in
Yeah, I think
62?
we take all
Yeah.
that, put it in 62. Get their watershed.
All right, so
Let's grab that little piece there. Because I'm sure that would have made a huge difference in the numbers.
I mean, it's gonna save us a continuity check at some point.
15,000 more.
And so what's Cedar Hills?
I think smaller than that, right? 10,000.
We can put all of
Yeah,
Cedar Hills in.
Right. That.
That puts up to American Fork and Pleasant Grove
Yeah.
and Lehigh.
So let's pick up a little more of the mountains there, I think.
How many more do we need in 62?
So now we'll need 6,000, 5,000.
And what is, so,
Lehigh was what, 50,000?
More than that.
Oh, 75.
So enough for 1 3/4,
I'm sorry, again, what we need in 62?
5,000.
And then American Fork was
30 something thousand. 32 is what I want to say.
33, yeah.
I went to all the Utah County cities to see how Spanish Fork stacks up now. So I know.
And 62 needs how many more?
5,000 more people. 5,086.
So really wouldn't hesitate to break up. American
So I
Fork.
say we take it out of Lehigh.
I do too.
And just while I have Pleasant Grove highlighted, there's this weird little insert of Pleasant Grove. I don't know if that changes your opinion on Lehigh being the pick.
No. Not really.
Yeah.
All right. So 5,000.
Yeah, 5,000 out of those 0 blocks right there.
Okay, so what do we have over here?
So north,
So this is Traverse Mountain area, I
So
think.
can we
So
go?
let's try,
above?
yeah, let's try above the highway.
Mhm.
and just all the way to I-15 maybe to start.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's one thing that I really did like about some of the maps we saw yesterday,
Uh-huh.
is they had really utilized I-15, which I think is great divider, so. Okay,
That was 10,000 people.
all right, so let's zoom out. Do you want to come down here instead and see what we can pick up?
Yeah, let's try that instead.
Sorry, say it again.
So let's undo
Let's drop
this
that.
and then come down here.
Maybe on this side of
Center.
Center.
So let's try Center Street to whatever road this is, that runs along Dry Creek to start with.
There's Skyridge High School here.
Well, you crossed yourself.
Darn it. Every time. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, you just did it again.
All right. Make a big.
There you go.
I'm trying to remember the boundaries for Skyridge. I taught marching band there for one summer.
Oh, you did?
I think they went more so this direction. So I think that's good.
62 is now.
1,500.
Okay, let's just-
That's a 0 right there.
Right, let's clean that up here.
So, yeah.
So grab these zeros.
Let's take that.
Mhm. And then let's
And
do
then-
here.
I was gonna say either there or this piece here. Go ahead and zoom in.
This seems like though, this this area all ought to be kept together.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if we can keep
Take all of it.
this whole piece here,
Is it, and how many do we need, 1,500?
1,500,
I think we can fit that.
yeah.
Close.
So if we could, like, just under here, I'm just wondering, if we go south.
Should we undo this one for now then?
I don't know, just leave that there for a minute, because this may not be. I just see what there was on this side if we came in here.
Well, maybe it will come, Yeah.
Right here.
yeah, let's go ahead and undo that and then try and come in.
I did get it.
Okay, let's see if we can come down a little bit.
Come down, we already picked up that 41. Pick up 31 and maybe the 9. How far off were we?
This is so crazy, these
Yeah,
lines
the-
right here.
Yeah, the city's boundaries are just nonsensical.
So now we need
And all of a sudden.
350.
So what if we caught the 8, the 257, the 88?
And would you rather the 257, the 88, or the 345?
Well, the 345, we'd have to pick up the 44 as well.
Yeah, let's try this right here.
I know it's gonna put us over by 6, but let's pick up that 3.
It could be
Maybe
even
the
follow this
0
up
and
here.
9,
Yeah.
I'm having the hardest time seeing what.
I know, and I don't know where we are. So that's unincorporated, I'm assuming right there.
Yes. So, yeah, zoom out.
Little piece there.
So, yeah, so the leafy boundary goes here, over here. It comes down here, weaves around.
Okay, where are we with 62 then?
We're
In a good place. 15.
15 over.
And this is American Fork.
Or
coming
that's
up.
Pleasant
This is
Grove.
Pleasant Grove, and this
Sorry.
was American Fork.
All right. I'm good with that. Are you okay
Yep,
with that?
I'm good with that.
Hey, I'm just wondering if you want to do a continuity chart. Just to
Oh,
make
yeah,
sure.
Oh, yes,
probably
I was
a
going
good
to
idea.
suggest we do one pretty soon here. I think we're 8 or 9 districts in for the day, so it seems like a good time.
So,
That's what I thought. Just really.
This is the hard
far.
part. This is Salt Lake, Utah County.
I know, they are tough.
well, but if you, we were just on District 50 and we're now at 62, that's 12.
Okay,
So it's all about how you
All right.
count.
that's right.
District 1 is the one with the issue. Is that
What
right?
was the issue?
Is that this map where there's like one block? that-
I don't remember. Let's check it out.
I think there was one
I
block.
can't
that
remember
was-
if it was this map or
Yeah.
not.
Oh, it is this one.
It says District 1. Within
It's Sherwin-Williams.
District 1.
Ask Shirley Williams.
I forgot to, I'll try to remember, we can send a very specific email Esri's way and say, please help,
Mhm.
one block.
Yeah, we do need help with that.
Okay, so
Looks like
this-
that ought to be
I'll be-
57. Or should it be, no, it ought to be 60. I think it ought to be 60.
Oh, wait, no, maybe 57. Wait, put the lines back
Because
in.
I think
Is there a line right
there's a
there though?
road,
But should it go
the
into
road goes
57?
here.
Yeah, but I thought
So
we're,
move the integrity test over. You see, we come along the road here. So I think
then it should go
that
to
ought to-
57.
ought to go into 60.
Yeah, because
Oh, that's
here's
the
the
road.
road, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha, gotcha.
5 people here. 16 of them.
Okay,
So
Nelson's are going to
57.
57 probably.
Wait, when those yellow lines come out, though, that makes me concerned.
Which,
Were those,
That's just when I'm changing the
oh, okay.
choosing
good,
the district.
Okay. So I thought, uh-oh, did we go into another city there? Be 57. Oh, wait, no, I'm getting confused with your yellow lines there.
550.
55?
yeah, I
Yeah.
think-
It crosses the
Strengthens
train
it
tracks
out.
to be. Are those train tracks?
yeah. Actually, I think 57, because it's on this side of the train tracks. So go along the train tracks and along this road, stays with 57, with the rest of the train. All it's telling us is that's not contiguous. Thank you very much. That's the city. I'm put it 49, but that's, we're gonna get we split the city from Cassie.
That's true, but you can contest it. You know, it's like a court battle. You can say no, 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 no. Yeah, look at
What's wrong with point
so
continuity?
inconvenient. $49 as well, probably.
Yes.
Okay, other than broken District 1.
So remind me why we went up there to get that up there. Is that, are we
Those
following?
little three,
Uh-huh.
yeah, that's a good question. And we'd like to zoom into that.
Yes, what city are we in? Just like in, I
Yeah, I don't know where we
wonder if it's
are.
boundaries.
It could be.
Yes, it is.
It looks like it is. Yeah, let's image
Is
that.
this
So that's
is this Salt Lake
it's a little
or
cottonwood
Crown
canyon.
Height?
I think that 3 could easily go into
I
49.
don't know.
Maybe make more sense for it to go into 49.
And for that 0 to come out.
Sure.
If it's
Yeah.
not-
Yeah, let's trade the 0 for the 3.
Mhm.
Make us worse off. Or no, it makes us slightly better off, right?
Yeah, it does. Oh, but were those, I'm sorry, Jim, when you did that. So this isn't the county line or the city.
No, that's where the district was.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that looks a lot better.
Now let me relock everything.
When we get to scroll down so many times in a row, it seems like it's almost done.
Are Lyle's or Bill's house maps, are they within,
You know what their deviations
are
are?
they single digit as well?
So can we save this and pull up one of their house maps?
For sure. And I believe the quick answer is smaller than your deviations.
Probably, for sure. But are they single digit or are they,
Let
About that.
me check.
They're working away over there. Orange House District.
The congressional house. All right, here's a house district from yesterday.
It's still being worked on, but oh, not yet. Let me go look at one of their older house districts.
they have some very small, look at these.
Yeah,
That's impressive right there.
yeah, but they've also got some really big.
Let's go down on these. Let's see what did they start in this area?
Sorry, I swapped into them. We have a second.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh, yeah, it looks like they're cleaning up too.
Uh-huh.
I saw 24 that looks like maybe they're cleaning up to there.
See, look at this.
Oh, and here's an old one.
Look at this.
But-
I just don't see how you keep neighborhoods together.
Well, yeah, I think, you know,
That is impressive.
let's run those city splits.
That is Amazing.
Oh, and there's a, we can do that, right? Believe I'm hitting the right buttons. We are about to find out. This is why we don't do, this is why we don't do these alone.
I just want to know how bad I need to be.
I did not expect a second loading screen, if I'm totally honest. I don't think this does it quite the way,
Okay, how do we read that?
yeah.
Are the ones with the asterisk probably the ones that are split?
Yes, but I thought it gave us, when I'm, Joey's gonna stop me in a minute. I can stop by Cassidy's desk and ask if she'll pop in and let you guys know. And I think she has all the numbers more cleanly stored in her files already, actually. 'Cause we really, we could go slowly count by hand. But for what it's worth, we could look at Utah County and Salt Lake.
So, so it showed on Utah County only like 3 cities, but there's no way they could have not split some of those cities.
I'll stop by Cassidy's desk.
I mean, that is just,
Yeah,
that is amazing work right there.
But I know we can't see, like, for instance, this District 7 has a portion of a number of cities. So it has a little bit of Spanish Fork and a little bit of Santa Quinn, a little bit of Salem.
This is their Senate?
no,
Or
this
the-
is
or
House
the House, I'm
District.
sorry.
It's just one of their house
Yeah.
districts has,
Said they split Fairview, they split,
So the asterisks are split?
yeah.
and they split Southern Utah County. So I'll stop by Cassie's desk.
Hi, has anybody seen Jeff?
I have, I don't,
He is in a neighboring
Did
room.
you
I want to
look?
say that
I
one,
did
yeah.
not look that way.
okay.
Hi.
So yeah, if I do stop by Cassidy's, would this be the map you're most interested in knowing splits for them, probably with given the small deviations?
Yeah, I mean, that's just.
Yeah,
If they've been able to keep cities together and have those deviations,
Yeah,
I would love to know how they did that, because that's incredible, those numbers.
All right, I will stop by and ask her then.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
But, yeah, that's not quite how I thought that report generated. It's a good learning experience. Yeah, I'll find out.
Okay,
There's been a lot of splits.
Do we want to open the map we're just in then?
Yeah, go back to the one.
with our slightly different deviation.
If you ever need to feel some defense, I defend the slightly larger deviation, so I'll, throw a good word into
Well, we
the
felt good
legislature.
about it, I think.
Yeah.
But
I mean, especially because we've got, what are,
Our wiggle room is,
yeah.
let's see.
I believe it's on the website.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, it's somewhere on here.
I
There
have
we
it
go.
here too.
House, we have as much as 2,000.
What page is that on?
On the website,
Oh, here we go.
under about,
Yeah,
and then
we-
there's a
we can go up to
synopsis of
third.
threshold criteria.
Yeah. So 436 is at 2%.
I mean, you have as
So
much
we
as
should be
We're
plus or
well below.
minus
2181.
2,000.
Yeah, I mean, we're well below.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
This
using,
mark
yeah,
here.
10% of your deviation roughly.
That helps. It is a bit uninspiring. But you've got to be willing to split, cities and take little odd jogs. There are enough odd jogs with the odd boundaries of the city. Okay. All right, so Lehigh. Actually, before Lehigh, maybe we do Saratoga Springs. What Saratoga Springs is population?
Is that the one that's, oh, Eagle Mountain
Yeah, Eagle
is
Mountain
already the
already-
district. Okay, yeah, Eagle Mountain's the one that's almost perfect.
Yeah.
Saratoga is
Just one
close.
person off. Saratoga is 37,000. So I think we put Saratoga in its own district.
Being 63.
And then we swipe a little bit out of Lehigh to finish it off.
Is that's plenty different from the other side on that screen.
Yeah,
So I'm going to take the remainder of this.
yep. Give that
I think
mustard
they're
yellow
almost
treatment.
exclusively zeros. Oh, please.
Will you zoom in a little bit there on the edge of the lake? It seemed like this, I think, is a census block. And I think this is as well.
Wow.
One here. Now, the only reason I know this is because Cassie you had us deal with these the other day.
Okay, I was just excellent catch overall.
Yeah.
Okay, those ones are good already. So it's just Saratoga Springs not taking ownership of other blocks.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there's a little one. Right. No. Right here where my,
Oh,
yeah.
so look at that.
All right.
All right.
So that's Saratoga Springs and it's off by how much?
We still need 6,000.
So shall we go to I-15 and maybe down somewhere along here? pray for divine guidance.
Yeah, do you really out there?
Sorry, and go down where again?
Let's try this.
Oh,
This one right here.
Mhm.
You're half the time. There's a lot more people that live right next to things than I remember.
Not so much.
And then should I go down?
Well, before you do, why don't you check the population?
No, Too many.
6,000 over.
too many.
So how about we drop those that are on this side of the,
Body of water of some
Yeah.
sort.
Jordan River, whatever it is there.
We go all the way up.
Yeah, that far at least. Oh, now don't you need to be leaving for class?
I do, so I will go trade Joey.
I have a little bit wiggle room. I leave early enough to guarantee that I get back regardless of the traffic. So don't worry, but I will go trade Joey.
Okay, 27. Over.
All right, and I will see you both
Thanks,
at
Bo.
some point in the week, I'm sure.
Okay, yeah. Thanks
So
for
I'm
all your
wondering if
help.
we can still drop this.
Mhm. Yeah.
So using the rivers. I'll go get some ice. Stretch my legs a little.
Okay.
Oh. The dock at Bill and Lyle and their small deviations. get back for us yet.
So did you see this letter from the mayors in Salt Lake County?
No.
So Ally sent this along. It's a letter from Mayor Wilson and then Valley mayors asking the legislative commission not to divide Salt Lake County across more than 2 congressional districts.
Okay.
Is interesting as so Ally said Mayor Wilson
Oh,
thought the
Mayor
commission
Wilson
would
said-
benefit from receiving a copy of this letter. Why wouldn't they send one to the independent redistricting commission?
Well, yeah, I don't know why they didn't send a separate one, but
Yeah.
Mayor Wilson did send a copy of it
Right,
to
it's-
Gordon and I.
right. But I think that's pretty powerful from all of the, you know,
Yeah.
have, you know, which is really interesting though. There are a few obvious omissions here. So you don't have Riverton. You
Oh, yeah,
don't
so who do we have? Yeah.
So you have Kearns, which is a kind of a different mix of things. You have Holiday, you have West Jordan, Brighton, Midvale, Salt Lake City, Taylorsville, Mill Creek, Cottonwood Heights, Alta, and South Salt Lake. So you don't have South Jordan, which is interesting.
Yeah.
You don't have Harriman, you don't have Riverton, you don't have
Draper wasn't on here. either.
Draper's not here. So that is very interesting
That's
to me.
interesting.
And I don't know, I'm just guessing, I think that's political. I would
You think those?
say,
Yeah.
but up here, their letter though sounds, you know, they talk about partisan divide. Nationally, a healthy degree of party unity among Democrats and Republicans has deteriorated into bitter partisan warfare, with the number of moderates in legislative bodies declining, possibilities of bipartisan negotiation and compromise diminished. Any belief redistricting fuels this polarization by creating safe seats in which incumbents have strong incentives to reflect the values of their party's message and support by the community at large.
They didn't sign on either. Oh, no, there it is.
Yeah, Alta's
There's
on.
Alta.
But, you know, there's a good sized chunk missing from here.
Yeah.
So not to have. West Jordan's big, so that's,
Yeah.
are we on that now too?
Um,
we ever ready?
So we're
Okay,
down
so
to
we're-
Utah County. no?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're down into Lehigh.
That's right, we just 63, we put Saratoga Springs. And we need to shave enough, 2,700 off. So if you zoom in here, Joey. There's this nice little, zoom in a little more. This nice little river that runs through here. And we're wanting to shave this part back
East of the
off.
river?
Yep.
Okay.
Question is, will it be more than 2,700?
Guess I didn't like that.
I look for under, is that what it was? 735. Under, okay. So what about? Could we put, is that really 494? But
Yeah, zoom,
should we try going here?
zoom in here. So what's the number that we're off?
790, 35,
35. We've got 500 there alone.
600,
But-
700.
This is, Joey, we just click on this block.
Yes.
I think it's a block that goes all the way up here.
Um,
Who did that?
I don't know, but it's crazy. Crazy. Okay. Could you zoom out a little bit more, please? Thanks. So do we have Lehigh showing there?
We do now.
So. I'm sorry, is Lehigh,
Yes, let me change the color. Make it a little easier. You see that? Okay.
green is Lehigh, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 63 is all of,
Saratoga Springs coming into Lehigh.
okay. 63 is 795 over.
Really quick here.
735.
Could we grab,
Oh,
This one.
mind if I get these? Oh, wait. We're just gonna-
Have you guys done an integrity check?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure.
Okay, so green is Lehigh.
We'll want to do it after Lehigh.
Yeah, we will. How about if we do a 64 with the rest of Lehigh
Okay.
and see what we can do? Maybe change the color. Lehigh just a little bit. To something other than green.
That won't work. I'll take it.
Yeah, love it.
Doesn't show on there, but okay. And then I'm assuming you want to get all the holes too.
Oh, but I was thinking, could we change the color 64? Like-
Oh, I see. Not the color. I'm with you now.
Yeah, sorry, it's just kind of close to 62. a little. That's good. Thanks.
To dark blue.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so, right, so we have Lehigh, Saratoga Springs.
Will you zoom in right down here?
Do we want to get all these spots in here too? Just
Well, yeah, we want to
numbers?
get those all in. I was just wondering if, what the numbers were on, maybe picking up. So but these are like zeros.
64 is 22,000.
Yeah, why don't we pick up all the.
Okay.
unincorporated
Yeah, let's
areas?
pick up those little pieces on top too, just to the east and the west. So what I'm wondering, so
We've
this
still got
is,
a couple more here.
so Lehigh comes over. Here, right?
Mhm.
So does
So-
it make sense to keep 64 up here? We can pull something down here.
Yeah, or, we could put all of this here back in 64. And then try and pull out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
That was
Just,
your thing?
Yeah, put this back in 64.
So we'll start by just putting all of Lehigh,
In
that's in the yellow,
64.
that's in 64, and then we'll take some, okay?
63.
Okay.
And now we need to pick up 5,000 down here
So
somewhere.
could we try right in there?
Yeah,
Where, sorry?
so this street here, and then we'll
Just go in little
successively start.
chunks, okay?
Mhm.
Keep going.
I wonder, can you put that back for a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Those lines would be good right
Yeah, well, I'm wondering, what about this line here,
Oh, that's.
Pioneer Parkway?
Pioneer Parkway.
Keep that go, okay? Oop, took the lake.
Start on this one.
It was. 37,000. So we only need 5,000.
Mhm.
Joy will come momentarily.
No.
Look
at that.
Now for this too, do you want to, this is unincorporated, I'm guessing, or was that,
Let's put that in 64.
let me make sure it's not part of Saratoga. Oh, no, it is part of Saratoga Springs, so
Okay,
disregard.
it's part of Saratoga Springs. We'll keep
Leave
it.
it, although it would have been nice to round to
Yeah.
that. Oh, well.
Um,
Okay,
Well, so come over here.
Mhm.
Just out of curiosity, what are these pieces right in here?
What city? Let me look. So let me see what Pleasant Grove is.
Oh, American Fork.
Or is that going to be American?
Yeah,
Fork?
it's gonna be American Fork. Okay,
So that 5 is.
so we can pick up 5. Make it 4,700. So sure, let's pick up the 5.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we might stick with that.
yeah, that's not 63, that was a great move. Good job, Max.
And then 64 now.
And what, remind me what the piece is coming out, that follows the line right now?
Yeah, that's just the
There
river.
follows the river.
Yeah, that's the city limit following the river,
Okay.
also known as a jigsaw puzzle piece.
Mhm. Okay, 64, 21,000 over. So I guess we're gonna have to start moving in this way.
Yeah.
So let's
So
maybe
how
start,
big is
start here.
American Fork? 33,000? Okay. No. So 65.
Okay,
Yeah, 65, let's put American Fork in 65.
Well, do we want to put American Fork in 65 or put the Lehigh portion in 65 first? I guess either way.
Yeah, you're right.
We'll end up carving some out of 65. So,
do you want to fix 64 first?
Yeah, let's go 64, that's great. So let's start on that,
Yeah, zoom in.
this 500 west.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, up to I-15.
Yeah.
Before is now 15,000 over. So that apparently wasn't nearly as many as we needed, but it was like 5,000, right?
Do we want to get this, is this Lehigh as well up here?
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
we want to grab?
Yeah, let's
do
go
you want me to
ahead
grab
and-
up here?
yeah.
Just
Maybe start, I don't know, start here and come over here.
take all of that,
Yeah,
Yeah,
keep going along. So it looks like this 500 west ends here, so this
Okay,
isn't
so
a
and then
major
there's-
road.
is that 300? What's that like that?
Oh.
I saw something.
yeah, 300 west. Yeah, it goes
300
through.
west.
This one,
Okay,
and do everything east of
yeah.
that.
Yep.
Okay,
Actually.
And I would say pick up this little piece
Mhm.
right here.
okay,
Oh, there's another little piece right there.
Wow.
64 is still 7,000. So zoom out a click. maybe. So-
Main there.
Yeah, maybe we go out Main Street here.
Main Street, yeah. Oh, you
Oh,
took, yeah,
we
you
took
took too much.
2,000 too much.
Go to here. Put that back into 64.
This line right here.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, really quick, Commissioner Thorne.
Yep. Yeah, not a problem.
Or is there,
So we want to put this back in 65, right?
mhm. This is for the 888 over. What if we put that back in, and is there something? I don't know about these. Can we put those,
That back.
yeah, well, I don't know. Let's see. $3,000 to take out. What about this? If we go here,
Yeah. Try that.
Look at that. They
Really?
were 2,300 over. That, come on, really? Wow, there are a lot of people here. What about this right here?
So this one here, I think, was safe.
Okay. 64 is 20. Should we try this now? Okay, what about, we just stair stepping here, is that weird or not, or do we want to try and get that piece out right
Well, let's
there?
get this piece.
Okay.
We need another 60.
What was? Eight, 12, okay. Let's match so that's, if there's something on this side up here we can even take out. Okay, what about this? Is there anything in here? Okay, any block. Thirty-one?
31 of them.
Okay, let's zoom out, see if we can take that little piece out right there. Let me zoom out just a little bit, all right, I just want to see what we have over one more time.
I can remember which one.
Okay, so 63, we were good, right?
Yep, 63 were good.
64, we're
we're
at,
now
what did you say, that was very low for us.
31.
Okay,
So should we lock that?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so 65,
We're gonna need another 22,000.
22,000. And what is
This is
American
American
Fork?
Fork, and it is 33,000. So we need 2/3 of American
And then we have Pleasant Grove
Pleasant
over
Grove,
here.
yeah.
And what's the population of Pleasant Grove?
Fork. Grove. It's 37,000. So
So
we'll
can
end
we
up
pick up
splitting
6,000?
American Fork and we'll end up splitting Pleasant Grove.
Do we have to split
Well,
Pleasant Grove?
So we need 20,000. So out of the, what was it, 33,000 for American Fork? Yeah, American Fork is 33,000.
and 37 was.
So that leaves us with 13,000. And then it was 37,000.
Pleasant
Pleasant
Grove.
Grove. Well, what we possibly could do is we could possibly have Pleasant Grove, be virtually whole, pick up part of Linden, and then have that other part of American Fork, the remainder of American Fork, come down and pick up the other part of Linden down this way.
Mhm.
So if we're putting things into 65, so 65 would need 22,000
And we're taking it from
from
Fork.
American Fork.
Okay, so should we see going right there to
Okay,
start out with?
Yep.
The person, or is that from the lot?
Well, no, it's, let's say, before I take it out, let's see how much more we need.
Okay.
We still need 11,000.
So
So
should
we're
we
gonna
try
have to
going
come
here?
over.
Let's try going to this.
Okay.
right here.
Hi,
How's Ally?
how are you?
Hi, Ally.
Good. We're glad to see you.
Thank you. Buddha is at the kitchen.
Oh, there is, you're
Oh,
telling
how
us there's
nice, 'cause-
food now.
Because I've just been chowing down on. cat food.
Sorry.
No,
I should
thank
be
you.
more
You're so nice.
attentive to
No,
the
you don't.
clock.
No, I'm taking great care of us.
Anyway, Buddha's at the kitchen. We'll see you there in just a little bit.
Thanks, Ally.
Mhm.
Thank you. Well, did I take the wrong
Yeah.
street?
I think we're gonna try
I
to
think
come
we're gonna
along
come down
here.
this street. Yeah.
Mhm. It's like maybe you could just even use the other tool.
Yeah, I think the rectangle.
Yeah. Is that one of those? Is that a Sherman Williams right there?
Yeah, it was pretending to be, that's for sure. Oh, good.
That's good.
Alright.
Let's see where we are.
Here.
65. 8,000 under. Okay, so let's go out just a little bit, just to see.
Yeah, same.
Is that too much right there? Should we try that?
So do we,
So North Trail, or do you want to go stay above here? So, okay, we're in American Fork right now, so maybe do we want to get the upper half
yeah, let's take this
above 7th
area here,
Street?
but we'll have to pop down there.
Mhm.
We want this to go
Except for
into
is that dividing
65.
this up right there?
That is, it's all one block. And these houses are facing each other.
Yeah, so I hate to break that up. Let's, can we look up here?
Yep.
Let's just see, let's go out. we go out some more, so again, let's review what we're doing. We're going, we're taking half of,
So we've already started into American Fork. We need to take another 8, almost 9,000 of American
so
Fork.
it's, so somehow we've got to come into here, I'm thinking.
So, yeah, we need to,
Or we have
What if we
Pleasant
come
Grove
in-
here, and we could come in that way.
well, what if we tried to, across here? No. I don't know
Okay,
if that-
yeah, let's try that.
I don't
That's
know
a
if
good
that's gonna
idea.
be too much.
It may, but let's try it. On Third North, right here,
Okay,
Third North to Boulevard, County Boulevard.
yeah,
Need 8,000.
to this one,
Yep. So that's the one thing we might ask for. 65. Okay, now we're still under.
the 4,000.
Okay. We could follow that.
So follow,
That's not 4,000, but let's start with that.
still 3,000.
Okay, what about this corner right here? Main
Come
Street.
down to Main Street.
Uh-huh. Or we could even take the state road, because that's,
Oh, this
But
is
so-
State Street.
so let's try that. Above 89. Okay. Yeah. Let's see where we are. Okay, we're still, okay, let's zoom out. Let's see how we look.
The other route. Wonder about coming down here.
Yeah.
You do also have some an islands.
This
No, right in the left there.
all thinking.
Do you prefer the square?
It just depends.
Okay, I just want to make sure you.
He's trying to channel his inner
Yeah,
Joey.
I didn't know, I love it.
Okay.
Okay, where are we? 26,
I say we get saved.
and come back.
And that one's currently represented by Senator Escamilla. And I remember when that happened, like, she didn't know anybody. But they were happy to see her come out there. This is fascinating because there were a lot of, I think part of the reason that the commission was established by the people is that there were a lot of strange drag out districts like that in different areas.
I remember hearing about Liz's district at first, but I mean, and that was crazy because she was over here in Rose Park. And then
Yeah,
coming way out, that was a,
they pretty much had all that conquered, and then they put, so I like what you're doing here with the District 1 because District 2 now covers all of Rose Park, formal Rose Park, with the exception of the Todd Weiler cutout. All of that is Senator Kitchen. Well, no, so this is being bordered by, I think that road is Beck Street and then going into Third.
Yeah.
So, or no, they're stopping it at the freeway.
Yeah.
So District 2 is taking all the avenues and the Marmalade.
Yeah.
And then
And
District
the
3.
university as well.
Okay.
So let me ask you guys a more, I guess, global question. What are the biggest challenges that you're running into? Are there any that you're running into over and over as you're putting this together, aside from just the numbers spill over?
Yeah, you got the numbers still over, the way the census blocks are drawn. There's some of those kinds of things. But I think the biggest challenge that we have, felt sometimes has been, understanding, where the communities of interest really are. And, fortunately, we now have some data that we're able to start laying on top of our maps to see how we've done. But before that, Karen and I went and looked at the Salt Lake City neighborhoods. We looked at the Ogden neighborhoods. We looked at the Provo neighborhoods. Not every city has neighborhood maps up.
Sure.
And so the places where we did see them, we could look at those and try and pay attention to those. The other thing that we did, as Karen kind of mentioned, is we would occasionally try to look at, kind of estimate communities by looking at demographic populations. You're not trying to pack or crack, but just trying to say, hey, this looks like it would probably be a community that had common interests, which is why we ended up, for example, coming down into West Valley there on the right hand side with District 1. To us anyway, it seemed that there would be some similarity in interest.
Economically, what is it? Just census data that you're putting on top of that?
Yeah, it's just the census data.
Do you have zip code defined in here?
We don't.
That's something we can definitely do.
We could put it in.
Because I think those dividing lines sometimes can make a difference. Like in Salt Lake area, like 84104, 84116 are clearly identifiably west side.
Okay.
And so that's just another,
Mhm.
if you're looking at where to draw lines and like where to cut, zip code is a pretty good one. I have found, but not in this process. But whoever did the zip code definition kind of, I think, did a little bit of a favor, or did some of this kind of work just without having to worry about census block.
And I have a question for you. So I'm working with, what's her name? Kathleen?
With the League of Women Voters.
No, but she's working with the League of Women Voters, Katie Matheson and her buddy. They know you guys, huh?
Lauren?
Not Lauren. But yeah, anyway. So we have this little coalition of groups that want to help with the redistricting. And it was mentioned to me that you guys have received 1,000 maps regarding communities of interest.
That's right.
Is it Katie Wright at Better Boundaries?
Anyway, it's not Katie. She also works with us all of it. cannot remember what her name is.
How do you overlay the community?
So, yeah, we can show you.
That's what my question, two questions I have is how do you overlay those? Secondly, the 1,000 maps had to have come directly through the UIRC website, right?
But not all of them.
So how did you get 1,000 people to contribute to this?
So-
Because this is a record.
So Better Boundaries,
I have a lot of those.
helped, working with different community groups and interest groups.
Uh-huh.
They collected some of the maps. So what we've done is we've taken that 1,000 maps.
Right.
And we got them all coded yet, or are we
No,
still?
we're
a couple
still,
hundred
so
off?
in this,
This is one of Joey's tasks.
Yeah, well, I mean, at 1,000 maps, it takes
Yeah.
a minute.
yeah, so I have to index them. I think have about 600 indexed right now.
Cool. So what we've done is we've indexed them based on 9 categories: economic, educational, environmental, ethnic, industrial, language, local government, neighborhood, religious. And that's based on the kind of identification of what the comment or the description of the community is.
Right.
There are some that we got that, somebody circled all of Salt Lake City and said things like, don't gerrymander,
Right.
or all of Salt Lake County. Those comments are in the unfiltered because it didn't really describe a community of interest. And so we've actually moved those actually over into our comment section so that we have them with the comments. And what we've done with the comments is we have a binder here that has all of the comments that we get. We get them put in here so that we can look through and see them. Some of them are on specific maps. Some of them are just general. So here is this,
So this is the economic.
so this is the economic community.
Gotcha.
And so the darker blue, so what we did, and maybe I should have Joey explain this, but we'll see how I do. So we took all of those maps that people submitted and we essentially stacked them on top of each other in the GIS software.
Mhm.
And then it created essentially a heat map so that where you had commonality across those districts, it gets darker. So if you zoom in here in kind of the,
So this is not only then a community drawing aspect, it's also this is almost a measure of your participation and where you're getting participation.
well, in some ways, it does highlight that, yeah.
Because if you have more people responding from this area.
Yeah. Then you're gonna have that overlap, unless they're
Exactly.
drawing for communities outside their own,
Yeah.
where they live. Can you filter that? Can you turn off, these were, or do you even collect that? That you know whether or not they're drawing where they live versus just a community of their own?
So our,
Decide?
and you can feel free to interject anytime. Our policy, we kind of when we started collecting communities of interest is anybody can submit any number of communities of interest, whether or not they live there. So if you go and you vacation down in St. George in a specific area, that could be your community of interest.
Sure.
And typically we're explaining that. So when we're filtering them, we're very generous. You don't necessarily have to live there and you can submit as many communities as you want. As long as they're actually describing the community. Again, if we get somebody that did their neighborhood, but then they also do all of Salt Lake County and it says keep Salt Lake County in one district,
Mhm.
then we forward that on to comments because that's not a community of interest.
Gotcha.
So that was our policy is you can do as many as you want and you can have as many people do them as you want.
We got a lot of participation there in Sugar House area. didn't
Yes,
we?
Sugar House and the avenues were, and neighborhood's probably a better one to show you because that's the more defined area, but you can see that you have the Sugar House and the avenues are
Yeah.
two pretty.
Can you show us
solid-
Ogden area?
Yeah, we haven't gotten a lot of submissions from
I'm worried about that, yeah.
from Ogden and we can filter through these. Cool thing about this map is it keeps you where you are. So you can see we've gotten one or two submissions from
Okay.
Ogden local government. And again, we still have 300, 400-ish more.
So Joey, read
Yeah.
us what that one comment said that from Ogden. Was that-
On which one?
It looked like it said one. Was there a comment from that right there?
Ethnic.
Yeah. So can you show me the boundaries that they drew there?
Yeah, so it's just this.
No, I mean, like you zoom in on it.
Oh, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, yes.
So
So they
20,
just made a block
Yeah. but from
20th by
20
30th, Washington by.
to Harris.
So just out of curiosity, where does our Senate map align with this?
We can bring it in as a layer. Let's do that.
So, and this is one of the features that we just barely got turned on. So
Yeah,
we
we're
can,
still
you know,
playing around with
put these layers on top of our maps now.
So not only did you guys have to become experts on every community across the entire state, you also had to learn how all this mapping software and.
So,
Started.
you-
They had to learn how to make purchase orders to the state.
Well, yeah, we did.
Seriously, when it was established as Independent Redistricting Commission, said, here's some rooms, guys, good luck. Well, here's $1 million, have fun.
Yeah, they didn't even say, here's a room. They said, you know, here's somebody to contact. And then we started getting rooms and whatnot. And I will say, the Department of Government Operations, as they're now called, it has been terrific to work with. We've gotten access to space and whatnot. That it has helped our resources go much further than they otherwise would have. Having access to, you know, things like this monitor, you know, for example.
Oh, yeah.
And we have really great, smart interns and
Yeah.
staff too, so that.
Let me ask you, Joey, can you back out a little bit?
Yeah,
sure.
I can
So
see
there's
the-
our
So wait,
map.
so you can see that this was the area right
Yeah.
there,
Mhm.
and so it is part of District 19, so
Hey,
that
good-
was kept
Good
together.
job, Karen.
What does 19 look like? 19 takes, okay. Mostly unpopulated, okay. That's, so 19 would be wrapped into the entire Weaver, or Ogden Valley, if that's a valley, East Township.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
You can see here too, these ethnic communities.
What's your team color? You guys
So
are
we are purple,
purple.
yes.
Uh,
So nothing special about the colors, other than we didn't want them to be red or blue.
Yeah.
So people, you know, assume that they had some political
Agenda in mind,
identification.
yeah.
No use, right? Oh, sorry, Chairman.
Uh,
No, you guys won the game this year.
So
So-
it's about time.
So, fascinating, fascinating. You guys are doing some great work. Let me ask you another question about these communities of interest.
Mhm.
What are they defining? So, like, you
And I
got the
think Joey's
neighborhoods,
probably a better one
you
to.
got the ethnic, which I'm sure is a small percentage. Like, I would estimate less than 5% of all comments are ethnic based or
Probably
language
safe,
based.
yeah.
So what is inspiring the people to comment? Is it to tout their economic community or to tout their industrial community or what community?
Contributed, because oftentimes people will describe their area and they'll describe their environmental issues
Okay.
and they'll describe their the mix of race and religion and they'll describe their economic issues. And so what we do, because we're grouping them, is we'll split them into 3 different categories.
Oh.
So that way they appear, when we're looking at ethnic, we don't just clump all of that into economic, because when we're looking at economic communities, we're not really paying attention to ethnic stuff. So we'll split that community of interest. But then we also have people
We'll split the comment associated
yes,
with.
who have done separate districts. And part of the issue, one of the issues we faced was we collected them as communities of interest as a whole. Better Boundaries said, draw one community, describe your ethnic issues, describe your environmental issues, describe your economic issues.
Okay.
And so we kind of had to,
Let me ask you this.
So that's the
Let me-
representable stuff. coming
yes,
out.
so we kind of had to clash 2 different data
Gotcha.
sets together.
Sure.
And
When you did that at a global level, were you able to determine how many submitters there were?
And no, I haven't done that, but that's something that it would be easy to do, to see how many individual people have submitted communities of interest. That's definitely something we could just sort by name and then.
But as
Right.
you've already done all the split, you know how many submissions you have.
So if you count just individual submissions, not when we're counting, because we split them up. If you count individual submissions, we're close to 700.
Okay.
somewhere in that area. I would say a good
I was just wondering how.
25% of submissions are enough to be able to be split into separate
Okay.
communities of interest. But that 1,000 number is also includes all of our communities. So the ones that people submitted that are comments rather than communities.
Mhm.
And you're not seeing them on this map, but they're still counted towards that number because they were still submissions.
Yeah, sure.
And every single one, and so in the effort of transparency, these are completely unsorted, completely, and it's going to be a big jumble of mess you can see here, spaghetti. But in the effort of transparency, you can go through, and then if we didn't accept it, so like right here, somebody said, I want West Jordan to have Senate representation. And so what we did is, that's not describing the community, but it is a comment.
Right.
And so you can see if it has comment right here, that means it was forwarded on to comment, so it's in that file.
Gotcha.
So does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay, I know it's, we've ran into a lot of challenges because nobody has done this before. And even in the past redistricting, nobody's done communities of interest or.
Oh, we know.
relatively new.
Yeah.
So we've definitely run into some issues and we can go back, we're very careful with our data. We don't delete anything. And we always mark when we edited it, what person was the one that went through and decided to split. And we always track back to the data source. So we can go to the original comment all the time and see what time and what person decided to label that community as a split way. So that way, if anybody ever contacted us and said, my community didn't show up or you split, we can always go back and reference that.
When you guys, so and that, I guess, unless you had more technical questions, I was gonna ask like process questions here.
Mhm.
So you guys, where do you start when you go, like, are you going to be producing any like from scratch maps at this point? Or are you now just tinkering with what you've already made?
Well, it's still possible that we could, have some from scratch maps.
Okay, so,
For instance, if we went to Glendale this Friday.
Yeah.
And people are saying, well, we really expect in our maps, we want A, B, C, D, E, and all the maps that Rex.
And Karen and I look at it, we go,
Or,
we
yeah,
didn't do any of that.
yeah. So we'd come back on Monday and we'd start from scratch.
Okay.
Yeah.
how would you define the process, or what processes did you take to start? Because sometimes, I mean, it's the writer's dilemma of a blank page, right? So when you look at a blank map with no lines yet, where are you guys starting, or did you start in different places for different
We
maps?
started in different places.
Yeah.
So on one, I want to say a Senate map, did we start?
We started in
we started
Salt
in-
Lake Valley. didn't
yeah.
we, on one of them?
And then we decided on the next map that we'd start in the corner of the state. So we started in St. George, Washington County.
Okay,
And
So-
and some of that was, and we really ran into it more so on our house map. We started, I don't remember where we started, but wherever we started, by the time we got up to Cache Valley,
Yeah.
it was a nightmare, trying to, kind of the issue.
you're playing whack-a-mole, yeah.
Yeah, and so we have, in that map, we
That
have
was
a
our
couple of
house, one
districts
of our house
that,
maps.
are bordering on not meeting, population criteria. And so we decided from then, we would start on the house map around the outside edges and then start working in, because we've got a lot more degrees of freedom in the heavily populated area.
Yeah, and we figured too, going around the outside, we could keep those rural counties whole.
Yeah.
And so we had a better chance of that, knowing that Salt Lake County, especially for house districts, Salt Lake County is going to have several house districts, So we figured that would be easier to do all of the splits in the county so that we could avoid splitting rural counties.
When you, so now that you guys have produced a few maps and other teams have produced maps, and you've looked at maps that were submitted, I was on that meeting last week, I guess, where
We had
Daniel
some
Friend
public-
was
yeah.
there,
Stuart Hepworth.
yes, Stewart was the one that I thought was
Stewart.
producing some good maps. As you've gone through them, do you have at this point just ones that you think are maybe the best product? And this is a totally subjective question.
Sure. And, well, so last night, we had the same kind of discussion as we had with, on the public maps, with the maps that we had drawn as a commission. And I think the thing that we came away with was, we need to, now that we've had each other kind of explain where we were coming from, we need to stop and process this. There was not kind of an immediate aha that map is the one that we're running with.
There were some things that I think we felt really good about our
Yeah.
maps. We thought, okay, this has some really good components. And then when we saw some other maps that were presented, they'd taken a totally different approach. A lot of those maps looked good too, so.
Yeah,
So no favorites yet?
No, not
yeah,
really.
not for me,
Yeah.
anyway.
I mean, I still like our congressional floor.
Yeah,
I still like that.
Can we throw that one up here?
yeah,
You said congressional 4.
yes.
Purple, Peru.
Group.
And this one, this is a good example. So after our meetings down in southern Utah, Karen and I came back because one of the maps that we had shown folks, they said, God, that's horrible.
Yeah, it was bad.
Good shot in the arm, huh?
Yeah, and so we came back, we said, let's try again. Yes.
And then again, orange, I think the orange too was good too. Congressional orange too was
yeah.
good, so it was fun. So, and you know, as you map, I'm just trying to get those populations, especially in rural districts, is tough.
Well, and the funny thing is that the house map was easy, like, it only took 12 hours. But the Senate,
Really?
I'm getting so messed up on the Senate, and I figured this was gonna be a
I
piece of
thought-
cake, you only gotta make 4 blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, we started with this. That's good. It's a good thing we didn't start with the House or the Senate. We would have given up.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's.
So I thought orange.
So the
too
blue
was
lines
good
are,
as well.
you can probably tell are the counties.
Yeah.
So we've split, Salt Lake County, which has to be done.
Yeah.
We've split Utah County, which is in some ways is a design choice. Because you could take a section out of Salt Lake, which we did in another map, and, then leave Utah County largely intact.
How far north does that purple district go?
So that one goes up,
Into Ogden?
no, not that far.
That's
Up,
Right.
Kaysville
Kaysville,
Center,
yeah.
yeah. Centerville.
but not
Kaysville.
Fruit Heights.
Yeah, Fruit Heights is right in here.
So
So
these
you're
are
trying to
all,
keep that
so
whole.
the crazy look is the municipal boundaries.
Yeah.
So one thing we heard at a lot of meetings was, if you'll go down a bit, Joey, Park City really wanting to be over here with Salt Lake County.
Western Salt Lake, yeah,
So
or eastern.
So we've
Yeah.
split Summit,
Mhm.
so Summit is split. And then as you can see, Salt Lake County just has 2, and this just has 2. Or, wait, sorry, do we have 3 over there? No, just 2,
Yeah, just two.
2 districts.
So Salt Lake County is gonna have to work with Summit and with Davis. Utah County is gonna have to work with and Utah County. Utah County is gonna have to work with Salt Lake County, and all other counties are kept whole, right?
Yes.
That's some good work, guys. That's some good work.
Thank you. We like this one. But anyway, Orange 2 yesterday, I thought was a
Yeah,
good
if
map.
you
to
want-
do on Google Maps.
Yeah.
So you can see
So
2 really
orange is the
compact
maps,
districts.
drawn by Commissioner Hilliard and Commissioner Thorne.
Sorry.
Is that what I'm thinking of?
I
Maybe
assume it's-
2, go to 2.
Yeah, 2-2,
I think,
or is it 2-3?
It was the one where they had
I think it's the
Some
2-,
compact
it's the 2-3.
districts
That's
as
the
well.
more
There were 2.
recent.
Maybe I'm confused. I wrote it down, but I
That's
left my
sticky
paper at home.
was it?
Maybe that,
Yeah, I think
maybe
it
it
was-
was that
I think
one.
it was
Okay,
3.
yeah, let's try that one.
No, I need that sticky
Orange
note.
2,
That was
maybe
in
they
that
showed
paper.
2 and 3 yesterday, so maybe this. Anyway, yeah, this
Oh.
is it. Just look at this. So they have 2 compact districts as well,
Mhm.
with 3 and 4. And I thought that was.
And they're going down to Orem, but not in Provo.
Mhm. If you zoom out just a little bit, Joey. Obviously, a very big District 2.
Uh-huh.
And this is map 3.
state. And
Wow.
so in this one, Morgan County is going to be working in District 2. And-
I
So
think
you mean
Morgan
just
is
the
in
one
one, yeah, it's a Park Morgan in
Yeah.
one.
but
Yeah,
isn't
but
that-
we have
that-
part
of
well,
Morgan.
Morgan's unpopulated, Morgan, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Morgan got split,
Yeah,
yeah.
Morgan split.
And
Right.
Davis will work in that one as well.
It is, let's see, it's hard for me to figure it out on this.
I don't
Where's
think-
Mountain Green versus Morgan City?
Right up there at where the road comes in. The freeway comes in there in Morgan.
So there's Mountain Green.
So still in there.
And so the numbers on these are population counts, or are they just?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
So these
The
are,
numbers on the map, right?
yeah, the numbers on the map are the population count. And if you're zoomed in far enough, it's the number in a given block.
Gotcha.
Yeah. If you're out, it could be a block group and those numbers.
Sometimes
And then it
it's
goes
just-
to counties.
And then it goes to counties, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You get down there into Sevier County and Wayne and
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, how are you gonna make a Senate district out of it? How are you gonna make?
yeah. it's
At least with the House of Representatives, or not the House of Representatives, with congressional, you can put them all together and bring it up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you guys have been doing some hard work.
So one of the things we haven't really focused on all that much ourselves is the school district maps. Is there any, what process, is there any difference to the process that you're taking with those maps?
Well, for us, there
Yeah.
was, because we tried to pull up the school district boundaries. Now, it's
Right.
easy, well,
Where are you gonna find a map of that?
yeah, not all of them, yeah, have maps. Although I think we have, and we were able to get it from the state's geography.
Okay.
Most school districts
So
follow.
we've spoken to a few different school board members as
So,
well.
You want to
asking
pull
them
up our
what
school
their
board?
Yeah.
map?
preferences were, what they had. And all of them want to keep their own local districts whole.
Yeah.
So that's what Rex and I started off with.
Yeah,
That was
let's
kind
do-
of our
yeah, Let's
guiding
do two.
That makes
criteria,
Exact same.
was to see, how many school districts we could put into one school district seat, state seat. So keeping those locals, and as we've heard in meetings, we've had a few comments that, Joey, how many school districts, state school district comments have we had?
Not a lot. 3?
And we heard from,
More than that.
and we heard from some people last week in Roosevelt.
Yeah,
Mhm.
And maybe we heard from a few in Heber,
yeah, we heard
As
from a
well.
couple of people.
but all of them consistently say.
Yeah,
keep
keep
our-
getting them
keep our
five.
local school districts going.
But that is so challenge of getting the maps.
So, yeah, the bigger challenge, so all of the rural districts are easy, yeah, because except for Sand Pete and Cache County, all of the rural districts are whole county. We keep them whole. The challenge is especially in Utah County, because we've got the Alpine School District in the north, Nebo in the south, and Provo in the middle. And the populations are such that you've got to do some splitting. And there's not a neat way to split them so that you can keep those districts whole.
That's not like it's tricky too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, there's a part where Brandon starts wrapping the Salt Lake City proper and there's parts of, Murray has its own independent school district that just serves the Murray people.
Yeah, so those were a little tricky.
Gotcha. So the light blue lines there are school district
School
boundaries.
districts, yeah.
Good job, man.
After some trees are done.
Didn't Gordon say he was gonna put candy?
Yeah, I thought he said he was gonna do a candy room
Yeah.
today. Maybe that was Alan's job. and she
We have not been able to. I'll do that.
didn't. There were a couple pieces of chocolate in there.
I got some.
I've been eating them most of the days. There might not be as many.
It's all Joe's fault.
Hope the interruptions okay.
No problem, Joe.
And then, Joey, how'd you learn how to manipulate all these maps and stuff, dude?
Over the last 2 months, I've just been working with the software very extensively, so.
Have you had any experience before?
No GIS experience at all before,
Oh,
but, so, yeah.
Oh, that's
But now he could be hired as a GIS.
yeah.
So we've got a couple of our interns had some GIS experience before, Autumn and, trying to remember who else.
Cassidy is,
Okay.
yeah, and Julianne as well.
Okay.
And then were you introduced to Jeff, who just came in here for the
Yeah,
candy?
yeah.
So he is a GIS specialist.
Yeah.
He's been awesome.
And Jeff's been working a lot on communities of interest with me.
Yeah.
so.
So what I wanted to do, were you guys working on your house map before?
Uh-huh.
So they all should be working on their house maps, because I told them you guys were
Ah.
coming. And so I wanted for them to be working on their house maps and you guys going into each of the rooms and just seeing what works for you guys, what doesn't work for you guys as far as Latino population / a community of interest. That's what I was envisioning, but I don't know.
Well-
If you guys feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, that's fine with me, but as long as we're in the room, can we start back with the house maps you guys are working on? And then
Sure.
we'll see where we go.
And if we can just get one of you guys in each room, unless you guys want to stay together, then I'm okay with that. But the more we can get out of you guys, so that way more comments we get for each team, the better, in my opinion. But I'm certain this is not the first time and it won't be the last time that you guys come, because you guys are always welcome to
And
come.
you're welcome anytime. Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll stick together because I think Ari and I kind of like have been tag teaming a couple of
Yeah.
things, so to make sure that we don't miss something. I certainly haven't been drawing them as much as Ernie has, so like, I think I need your support.
So this is Utah County.
Let me ask you to back out and show me 63 and Fire. Can you do that?
63, yeah.
Yep, that's Saratoga Springs and a little bit of southern.
Now, let me ask you to turn on Eagle Mountain.
Eagle Mountain?
Yeah,
Eagle Mountain is a district to itself.
that's exactly what I did. The population of Eagle Mountain, the
Up
last
by one.
census was 1. Exactly, it is the standard.
Yeah, so they've decided, I think they have a moratorium on any births. in that- in that zone.
That's okay, they can have 1 million kids for 10 years. Cool. Let me ask you to show me West Valley City.
Sure.
One principal area I think we're gonna want to see on everyone's house maps is, we'll look at, and you guys are already kind of defining it there, that West Valley section that does have a lot of Latino population. We look at a spot of Kearns, we look at Taylorsville, Midvale, and then up through Salt Lake City on the west side.
Red.
Red.
What do you want me, do you have a preference?
I was gonna say, for me, anyway, maybe a bright yellow or
Mhm, right,
something.
yeah, those are the city boundaries. So do you want to go, do you want to?
Oh, what- I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, white, that's good.
Whitelands.
They've talked about Midvale.
Midvale?
Midvale has its own, and that's a hard thing to get, so that was good work. Let me ask you to show me Salt Lake City as a whole. Freeways the boundary. 38, District 1 cuts into that. Are you guys gonna renumber
Yes.
districts?
Yeah, these are just,
These are on 39, 40.
Yeah.
Orient myself here a little bit.
Touch one of the- Yes, yeah.
Okay, can we hijack one or both of your?
I'll come over.
Yeah,
We actually have a question about the Ogden area. We're talking about the Hispanic population there. Take your candy.
Yeah, you can leave it with me, dude. Thank you.
Yes.
And you kept the carve out in 37. So the little island in District 41,
Yeah, the
the
brickyard.
purple, that's the brickyard,
Yeah.
exactly, the island.
And it has no people.
Oh, okay, well, I guess. it doesn't matter. Let me ask you to back out again, and I'm gonna ask you to show me, Ogden.
You've had enough, you get some dinero and some more.
You said Ogden?
Yeah, please. And I am sorry, I know you guys got a lot of work to do, I'll be as quick as I can.
No, this is great.
That's Ogden City, 23, 24, 22. Yeah, okay. Do that a little bit differently. I'm gonna ask you to show me Provo City, please.
Oh, we haven't got to Provo yet.
Okay, that's cool, we'll get there. The thing I was wondering about Provo City is that, so again, when I did my maps, I did the same formula, but I identified all the cities that could entirely encompass at least one house district, or if they could encompass 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And get that done, and that's a longer list, it's like 12, 14 of them. And Provo was interesting because I kind of did my divide in Provo along State Street or University, one of those diagonals. The thing about Provo is that there is, so one thing that's, I'm sure you guys have known because you've been looking at the
So
numbers.
if you want, Joey, can you pull up our other house map?
Yeah.
It does have Provo in it. Sorry to make you look back.
Oh, no, you're good.
And this isn't our best work. So on this was our other house map, is that what you're saying,
Yeah.
guys?
But I think when it came to Provo, we felt,
Oh, we felt good. Yeah,
Yeah.
there were certain areas, which is that northeastern 26, I think was our problem. Or maybe that was the Senate.
We're kind of jived with Orem or?
no.
Oh, you're talking about the little cutout.
No, in the state.
In the state.
Oh,
So-
northeastern state.
Yeah, but I think the
So-
problem
so
are really
Cache,
different. Yeah.
Box Elder.
So that was the other thing too. I also grouped
That's
all of
just
the
one.
counties in the state so that the counties would end in an even number.
Oh,
So
interesting.
I ended up with 3 house districts that had an equal, that ended in a 0 with
Uh-huh.
population.
Wow.
So I only had to
That's
work 3
impressive.
sections at a time.
That's quite impressive.
That's somebody who's got more time than he should. Yeah, that little carve out up at the top, okay. 16, 57, 58. So the thing in Salt Lake City, you have a high, and West Valley City, you have highly concentrated populations of Latinos or Hispanic population. Hispanics are everywhere. You know, every community, every town, every city. When I looked at all of the latest census data, there are a few cities that had such an insignificant number that you can't repeat them, right? But basically, Latinos all across the state. In Utah County, which has the second highest number of Latino population bodies, people, it is dispersed. So when people think of diversity, they think, okay, well, we're talking about minorities, or we're talking about disabled, we're talking about women. And certainly that is elements of diversity. But when you're talking about homogeneous concentration of Latinos, it's not really very diverse. Utah County is an area where you have a large Latino population, and it's very equally distributed throughout the county. So it is, in my mind, more diverse. So while I am very concerned that the Latino populations on the west side of Salt Lake City are not divided, because I think when you divide the population, you dilute the voice. In Utah County, they're already dispersed in the other communities. There's not really a way to draw a district that would protect the Latino voice because they are dispersed equally throughout the population. Does that make sense? Let me ask you, sir, to show me St. George City. I want to see what you guys did in.
I'll show the other map.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We did better work in St. George on the other map, huh?
Yeah. Well, it's not radically different, but
Interesting. I like it. I'm going to be submitting the House map I make, the Senate map I make, and the congressional map I make to the commission and to the committee.
good.
But I got to get the Senate bugaboo done. So, and the thing about the Latino populations here is, you see it's the east side, west side divided, or, yeah. But it's also a different economic scale.
Yeah.
A lot of immigrants that come to this country, a lot of undocumented immigrants are living in the west side of Salt Lake City and throughout the state. Populations up in Cache County, populations down in Carbon, particularly Ephraim, among the turkey farmers, right? But they don't have a lot of money. Where we have larger concentrations of Latinos in this Washington County area, we have a different economic demographic. So the one thing about Latinos, when I talk about Latino communities, I say communities plural, because you have Colombians, my family's Peruvian. Richard's family were Mexican, Colorado, when Colorado was Mexican, okay? So there's such diversity, and the thing that ties the communities together primarily is language. Although I don't speak Spanish very well at all, I'm embarrassed in Spanish speaking. So now what ties me to the communities is culture and my cultural identity and how my families have interacted that are common with how Richard's families have interacted. And again, like I said, my family immigrated from Peru. My mother's family came through with the first handcar company of the Mormon pioneers. And my father's family came through American Airlines at Houston International Airport. So that's how we immigrated to Utah. Cool. I think you guys are doing some amazing work. Let me ask you, how do you feel about the work you're doing?
Well, we've learned a lot, for sure. It's hard, and you start getting passionate about it, as you work through it. And so I guess I feel now all of the work that the commission has put forward, we still have a lot more input we want to get. But I feel like just through the learning process and the input that we've received and that we're going to get, I feel like we can produce some really good maps to take to the legislature. So I don't know how you
Yeah,
feel.
no, I would agree with that. It has definitely been a learning experience. That I think for probably most of the commissioners, if not all of us, it's certainly been more encompassing than I think we would have guessed from the initial invitations that we received.
Yeah, I don't think
to
any
the
of us
staff.
had it.
But I've been, I guess one of the things that I've been very, very impressed with has just been the commitment and work ethic of my colleagues. Bill and Lyle are here nearly every day, and Lyle drives down from Cache County.
Yeah,
Right.
3-hour round trip, you know?
And they'll come and they'll map for 8-10 hours at a time.
And they're down to 1 and 0.
Even in the house now.
Yeah,
Well, and that is certainly impressive. Let me ask you this question, a technical question again. So what is the number you're shooting for in the house maps?
43.
I'm sorry, the variance
Oh.
So the deviation.
or deviation, yeah. The professor would
Sorry,
know.
that's right.
Yeah, so this is the deviation that the House or the Legislative Committee, the 5%.
Right,
That they've said is allowable. Most of our folks are shooting down here in under 1%. Karen and I have been a little bit above the 1%, so we've been willing to go up to 2%
right.
on some of ours, mainly because we're trying to keep cities whole as much as we can. But it's that deviation that really it makes it hard.
Uh-huh.
And that's actually one of the things that Commissioner Hilliard and Commissioner Thorner have been working on. That they got some reports back on where they split cities. So they're now going back and saying, well, can we put those?
Can we reunite the?
Yeah, can we reunite the cities? And what does that then do to the rest of our map? And so it's it's been an interesting process.
Yeah. That's been long.
No, and so part of the reason that I am concerned about this, why I've been working with PCLR to work on this year, is I was around 10 years ago. And I think that we had some failures as a community, as advocates in the community. And I think our failures are based on a lack of knowledge. I got involved in 2011 in, I don't know, maybe July or August. So even at that point, I was late to the game. So this year I've been paying attention from the get-go. And just so you know, UCLR is moving forward after this process. We're going to take the data that we gather, we're going to take the information we gather, and hopefully the community of interest information will be available after this is done. I know that the commission's going to disband, but I hope that there's going to be a repository for the work you guys are doing, because I want to be able to, well, we're going to be going to some cities. So West Valley City, you know what the Latino population is, the minority population. West Valley City has never elected a Latino or Latina to their city council or mayor positions. And the population there, it ain't new. It's been there for 20, 30 years. You have Salt Lake City, which is doing pretty well on par. 2 Latinos are running on the west side of Salt Lake City, and then you have Councilwoman Melba Moros. Nate Salazar serves on the school board. The school board there is diverse, but the Granite School District School Board, holy cow, they've never had a person of color elected to the school board. So we are going to be moving our work forward to even more local venues with the hope that we can get the community engaged. And I'm going to be real frank with you. I don't care if a person wants to run as a Democrat or Republican, an independent, another party of any kind. I am committed to getting more Latinos and Latinas on the ballot because of Ben McAdams. Frankly, when Ross Romero stepped aside and gave up his Senate seat, said I'm running for county mayor, and Ben McAdams said, well, I'm going to run for county mayor. And so many people came out and said Ross Romero is unelectable. That is a dangerous stereotype then. Now, 6-8 years ago. But it was a dangerous stereotype, and I'm committed to, in my mind, the only way to counter that is I need to get more Latinos and Latinas on the ballot. And the best ones will rise to the top and become elected. And we have seen school board victories in Ogden, Mill Creek City Council, and we have so many more people running today up in Cache County in these local municipal races. So that's where we're going to take the work after this part is done. And I'm expecting to get better results because when I'm going to a city council or a county commission to try to get the boundaries redrawn, I'm not trying to convince 75 legislators in a supermajority situation, you know? And at the end of the day, I really don't care. Keep the community of interest whole. And if the community of interest is 60% turkey farmers and 40% everybody else, keep the turkey farmers together. That's great. So anyway, I just appreciate, and I wanted to give you a little background. Part of the reason that we are also, like, I'm not at all pleased with the legislature, and I'll be frank with you about that. I can only imagine how much money they're taking to do their road show. Representative Ray, when I made a comment to his committee, said, well, we're diverse. They've only got 7 commissioners and they're all from the Wasatch Front. They don't know the state like we do. And it's like, yeah, that's why we elect representatives from all across the state. Not so that you can make a subcommittee to compete with what the people have put together is the best way to get a comment. So I'll be frank with you about that. I'm not pleased with what the legislature is doing, but I have to work with them. Because if I'm going to be working on behalf of the Latino communities, I can't walk away from the seat at the table. I have to fight for it. So,
Yeah.
So that's where I'm coming from. I don't know, man. I really appreciate your time to sit and talk to me and listen to me blabber on a little bit.
No, it's great to have you here.
And one of the things, and I was talking to Richard, and Richard says, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. And I said, dude, I don't want to do this. We're gonna do this. I don't want to do this. Not because of that, because I got a lot of work to do. So part of what I'm going to be doing tonight is help promote the Glendale meeting.
That's
So
what I was gonna ask you. That was
where
my
is that
question
one
for you.
located?
It's at the Suazo Center on 17th South.
Really?
Yeah. And my question for you is, well, yes, we would love for you. Will you please reach out to the community to get people out there? But what can we be doing more, you know, to encourage people to attend these meetings? And I love the location. Thanks to Ally for finding our.
Well, it's actually thanks to Richard. Richard gave me the name of the
Oh,
director
awesome.
at the Slauson Center.
Okay,
And
perfect.
they helped us
So
out.
I'm excited about our venue. I'm really excited for this meeting, and we want to get people there. We want to get them engaged in this process. So we're happy to hear you're working on it too.
So the way to get through to the community quickly is the radio. I don't know. The tough thing is the radio will interview you. They're not going to charge you. The tough thing with Love Communications, and I love the guys, they're great guys. They don't have the experience in multilingual, but it's not a slam on them. Nobody in Utah does. All right. The radio stations reach out to advertisers directly, and that's how they get advertising. But certainly there's some public interest radio shows. The reason that I can't do it is, again, my Spanish is woefully inaccurate. I don't need somebody saying, listen, Ernie speaks horrible Spanish, echoing, you know? So I just think that if there is an opportunity to reach out to the radios in a PSA type of way, or an interview saying, hey, the commission's going to be here. And I forget where the rest of the meetings are. I know you guys are about halfway
We have a
through,
list.
right?
Can we type one up or print one up or just send it to?
Oh, I've got it written down.
Okay.
I just don't have it in
Yeah.
my
Check them
head.
on the homepage. just because it's got the,
On events, maybe go to events, I think.
No.
it's-
No, go scroll down on the homepage.
yeah. down right
Oh, I
there.
didn't know this was it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so Glendale, then we got Provo. So Provo, there could be a lot of folks coming out. Tooele could be, so Representative Romero was actually born in Tooele, and that's where she's from.
Okay.
Moab, you'll find some, people that live out there. Layton, Logan, and the West Valley on October
Yeah.
22nd.
Uh-huh.
23rd, yeah.
23rd. So what did you guys do in Mexican water? Where is Mexican water? Let me ask you that first.
It is about 5 miles north of the state line in southern, southeastern Utah.
That's in the reservation.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
How was that?
So, well, we'll be
That's
there tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
Wow. How do you get there?
we will drive. Yeah.
What time do you wake up to get there?
Well,
I guess you come home at 2
you
in the
guys are
morning.
leaving at 10? Yeah, they're
Wow.
picking me up at 11. So. But
Okay.
we'll spend the night, so we'll come home Thursday.
Thursday, and then you're back on Friday
Yeah.
at Glendale in the Swazo Center. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, City Hall. How many people is the Swazo Center going to be able to accommodate? That's the big question I have.
So I don't know.
About 30-ish.
Okay,
But we'd be happy if more show up.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll figure something out.
we'll get at least 30. What kills me is this is just politics, right? Mayor Mendenhall could have come out and offered the Glendale Community Center, but maybe she's got it closed for COVID. I don't know.
I
I
think
think we
that's the
tried that,
issue.
route, yeah.
That was our issue with the whole Glendale area, getting a venue.
Well, and that's the thing is that Glendale had one of the highest incidences of COVID infections across the state, as well as West Valley City in the Granger High School area. Like both of those were just phenomenally high. So, okay, cool. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to just be making social media stuff. I'll be putting that out on our social media, across our Twitter, things like that. I will encourage other folks to do so as well. As far as the radio goes for the Swazo Center, I might reach out to Sylvia and ask her. So you work directly with Sylvia, right?
Uh-huh.
Holly?
Yep, and her now husband, right?
Yeah,
Ed.
Edward. Ed,
Yep.
he doesn't, and if you call him Ed in front of her, she'll freak out. So
No,
you can call him Eddie or Edward.
no, it's Edward.
Yeah. So yeah, no, they're great. They're great. She's doing phenomenal things with the Swazo Business Center. They almost went bankrupt. And then when Sylvia stepped in,
Yes, Sylvia's-
she brought it back to life.
Yeah.
And they've got a new location up in Ogden as well. So I might be able to try to get more people to the Glendale, to the West Valley, to the Tooele. I don't know that I've got the reach down to Moab. How far is, you already did Roosevelt. How was Roosevelt? Nobody show up? Somebody show up?
No, Roosevelt was actually,
Yeah, we had 13.
Cool.
yeah, we had, some elected officials came out, which was nice too.
And state officials as well.
Yeah.
Not only, we have county, cities, and states.
Which of the ones you've done so far has been the best populated?
We had a good amount in Heber. I mean, we had-
About 30.
Yeah, Hebrew was probably the,
And you guys are still accepting comments on the, I forget what the email address is, so like UIRC.
Comments, yeah.
Okay, UIRC comments at
yeah,
right?
that's it.
Because that's the other thing too, is I want people to be able to, in that way. Are the representable maps helpful or not? Because part of what I want to be doing is
So that's a Joey question.
I'm gonna get some more of those made up. Is that helpful?
Yeah, they, the communities of interest are definitely helpful. As you can see, we have a lot to get through. But I think, and again, Dr. Christensen, I think now that we have kind of like some draft maps that are out there,
Right.
what we're finding really helpful is if you go onto our website, and I don't know if you've
Show
seen
me.
this, you can go and they can click on the current map. So if you go to State House, all of the maps that we were showing you that the commissioners have drafted are here.
Mhm.
And what is really useful is you can comment on these maps. So you can see like purple, this is the purple house map 1. So if there's a member of the community that goes like, hey, whoa, you split my neighborhood right in half,
Okay,
then they have this comment section right here. And you can comment on this specific map.
okay, do me a favor, scroll a little bit. I just want to see all the fields slowly.
And Ernie, I was going to say too,
Uh-huh.
and those are really helpful. I mean, we've had a few come in here commenting on a purple map, and it's been great to read those and for us to go into our map and either figure out why we did what we did or figure out how we can respond to the, to the email that came in. So those are really useful.
How does the, I'll take no more than 5 minutes, okay?
You're fine.
How does,
My wife hasn't wandered down.
how does the commission see the presentation to the legislature? Like, it's gonna be a hearing.
Yeah,
Representative Ray said, oh, it's gonna be an all-day thing, and we're gonna look real close at their maps and ask them a bunch of questions and all that other stuff. So I would imagine a report is gonna be written. I would imagine that you are gonna have to be there to present it. And maybe some other commissioners, or maybe no other commissioners, I don't know. But
I hope for the commission.
you have 12 maps you gotta show them. And I imagine you gotta go through them. So when you're writing a map, do you like write up a summary of theory behind the map? Like this map, we started with the principle of keeping houses, or not houses, cities together.
There will be some of that in the narrative for each of the maps. So is, I don't necessarily think that it will go through each district.
Right.
And say, here's why we cut it at, 27th South, and here's why we cut it at the 3rd West or whatever. But it will lay out those kind of general principles, kind of, if there was a general sentiment about keeping communities together, keeping cities together, that kind of narrative will be in the map description.
So from what I've seen the committee doing, somebody presents a map, and each legislator on the committee says, show me my district.
Yeah.
And they take a look at their district. You guys don't have any home addresses,
That's correct.
because that was something that statutorily you guys weren't gonna.
Yeah, we have no political information.
Right. And their committee has adopted the inclusion of, and so I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna take a shot at the legislature for wiping out the consideration of race and ethnicity and including the home addresses. So I don't, yeah, like I'm this fly trying to swat the giant, but that's kind of where I'm gonna go, and I'm not gonna have anything bad to say about the commission, but one of the things that, so I'm very upset. I think that the budget the legislature used to do their show could have doubled your budget here and could have made outreach more efficient, hired more staff, got a lot more done. I think you guys are doing an amazing amount of work and are putting together a real good output for, I mean, let's be honest, man, who was drawing these maps in January? I wasn't doing it. I saw the first meeting before it went sideways. And you did a fine job. that one frustrated me because I cannot believe that nobody in state government who have been conducting these meetings remotely for the past year thought to say, okay, guys, if we're gonna do a Zoom meeting for this, let's lock this down. I'm very frustrated that nobody stepped up to do, like, even just a nice person stepping up and saying that.
You know, we found that, I think has been unfortunate, is we found in several communities we visited, just that there's so much confusion. And I think that's really a disservice to the public. You know, people don't know why there's a legislative committee and an independent committee. People get them confused. They think they're one and the same, or they think that, you know, I guess all sorts of different things. Yeah, but it's, I think that's not a good thing.
No, I would agree with you, and certainly, Dr. Facer, I did not come here to just beat up on the legislature. And the reason I'm telling you this is because I admire the work you've done. I know how hard it is. I thought that you guys were just kind of left out there in the wilderness. And I don't know. I wish that you guys would have had a stronger start in the beginning and a better footing in the beginning. But with the start you had, you guys are doing amazing work. You've done an amazing job, and I'm happy with the product you're doing. So this is what's going to happen. October 1st, you guys are going to kick, or not October 1st, November 1st, you guys are going to kick some maps over to the legislature. And that's when the lobbying effort is going to begin. And it's going to be their committee, and it's going to be their committee of 15 or 16 people that are currently doing it. I've already got information for those 15 or 16 people, and you know, there's going to be a community lobbying effort for them, and the community lobbying effort is going to be take the maps from the commission seriously. The fact that you guys are putting 12 maps forward is amazing. How much is each purple and orange and green group making? How many maps each? Or are you just making them?
We're just making them.
These guys, I think, have probably produced more than we have.
Yeah, they've probably done a total of 10 maps.
Wow.
We're probably close to a half dozen or more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. So anyway, that's kind of where I see this coming down. At the end of the day, we all know that it's going to be the legislative prerogative that's going to finalize the maps. But we also saw what they did with the taxes, and we also saw what they did. You know, that there are, when the public comes out and says what they want, the legislature hears. So my goal is to mobilize the public around the work you guys are doing, and I appreciate that you don't have a horse in this race, that you guys are doing what you're statutorily required to do, and you're doing it professionally and ethically and above board, and I appreciate that. You got to understand that I do have a horse in this race, and I've got a community that really needs to participate. They need to feel that their participation has value.
Yeah.
Well,
I think you play an important role, Arnie. And then, too, just as we're talking about, you know, population, you're talking about a different Latino population in all of these different cities, and there should be representation there. And to not have people in representation, you know, one of those factors could be that the lines aren't drawn fairly either, or, you know, so anyway, you want to give people confidence in the process. You want to give people confidence in the democratic process, and you want to give people an opportunity for fair representation. And I think you're playing an important role. And, you know, your community is really lucky to have you spend the time you're spending on this.
thank you very much. The other thing, I'm wearing sunglasses. I look like a thug over here. Did you ever get an opportunity to know Frank Cordova?
I'm New Frankfurt. Yeah, well.
Yeah, I'm not Frank. Richard's Frank. I'm Archie. All right.
Well, Archie's a good role to play too.
Yeah, Archie was a big guy.
Yeah.
So I am so sorry. The prescription. So
I just thought you had those cool, see, we're sitting in bright lights. I just thought you had those cool glasses. That,
I just
you know,
figured they were prescription and you got your regular ones in the car. So
So no, I really appreciate the work you're doing. I will be submitting maps. They're gonna be coming under my name unless after Richard, so we're an organization,
Yeah.
right? Richard's president of the organization. I'm a board member. We've got several other board members. I certainly cannot speak on behalf of the board without advance permission of the board. And I do have permission to be working on this redistricting project, and they know what direction I'm going. So I feel comfortable with that. However, before I put out a map and say, this is the UCLR approved map, I do want to make sure that Richard has a good look at it and we get feedback from the others.
Yeah.
But my goal was to get it released this week. Unfortunately, I'm just not seeing that happening this week. Because I really do want to help promote the SWAZO thing. And I'm going to work with Edward and Sylvia to find out exactly how we want to reach out to more
Well,
people.
next week's fine
Yeah.
for your submission. We're
Mhm.
good. I mean, these guys, I mean, everybody has a lot of work this week, so.
The other thing I'm going to be doing is, so as part of this coalition, so the coalition signed on to the representable, and that's where some of the representable maps are coming from. And as part of my commitment in that coalition, I am going to be doing a representable mapping party. However, I'm going to modify my representable mapping party, and I'm going to show them the maps, how to find the maps, and how to comment on the maps.
Oh,
That
that'd be
sounds good,
terrific.
So we'll get them to define their community of interest, but more so, I'm going to ask them, look, I need you guys to go and take a look at these different maps and start commenting on them and congratulate the good work and offer change for other work. And
Yeah, I mean, we really welcome that. We want people to poke holes at it. If there's something that doesn't look right. let us know.
okay, and again, I'm so sorry because the work, and we lost Josh. I talked so long. He graduated and moved to Wisconsin. Oh, yeah.
No, it just has to work on, like he said, we have 1,700, I don't know,
Yeah.
communities of interest that we have to put in the system. So every time that he gets a chance on it, he'll start importing those in. So that's why he's just like, oh, let's start working on this one.
Well, I don't mean to, yeah, and I'm so sorry because I lost your driver.
No, thank you for coming and visiting with us and just, hearing you talk in your passion is, I think, helpful for Karen and I.
I really appreciate it. I think you guys are doing a great job. Because one of the things is I can go down here and I can show you that this place has this much more and this place has this much less population. But the Latino communities of interest live in the cities. There are certainly rural communities, but they are so statistically insignificant in the demographic of the whole community that if everybody got together, everybody registered to vote, and everybody voted, and only 25% of the rest of the population voted, they still wouldn't have much voice. But in west side of Salt Lake City, West Valley
Yeah.
City, Kearns, Mill Creek, or not Mill Creek, but Midvale area, those are some real strong population centers, as well as the center area of Ogden City proper. And that's where we're going to be focusing on our post this work,
Great.
redistricting work. So
Terrific.
I want to thank you both very much.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very
Really
much,
appreciate it.
Professor. Thank you very
So
much. Ms. Hale, right?
Yes, that's it. Thanks.
So I lost my compadre.
He's around the corner, I think.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was just gonna say, well, I'm sorry. We kept him, he's ours now. I'll walk you out in just a minute. I'm just gonna end the Zoom call. Are we done mapping or are you guys gonna
I
continue?
think we're
mapping?
good.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna save it and end
Okay.
it.
No, I think that was useful. Get his perspective.
This was the one that I guess we're working on,
You know,
right?
one thing he said.
No.
No, it was
Oh,
this
wait,
one.
yeah, no, you're right. That's the one we were working on. So yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna end.
Okay.